Batting at 10, wearing 19, Danny Gregory. And batting at 11, wearing 21, Tilly Courtine-Coleman. Our umpires today, Jack Chantry and Gabby Brown. Match referees, Sarah Bartlett. And our scorers, Helen Hyde and Andy Thorogood.
There you go.
Our bell ringer for today is Jasnara. She works in East London on our Girls Activation, Girls Street, a women running group ambassador, and ran her first London Marathon this year, so congratulations. Our bell ringer for today, Jasnara. So here comes Essex, led by Captain Grace Scrivens. And the opening two batters for Surrey, wearing 10, Phoebe Franklin, and wearing 11, Vinay Chatterjee.
Hello and welcome to the Ambassador Cruise Line ground here in Chelmsford for Essex against Surrey. We're back for the Metro Bank One Day Cup in what should be a very, very exciting game. Essex have won the toss and opted to bowl first. It was pretty overcast earlier today, but the sun seemingly come out in the last half an hour. Eva Gray will open the bowling from the Sir Alistair Cook ends. And the opening batters for Surrey, Phoebe Franklin, Priyanaz Chatterjee. Chatterjee making her debut today in this new era for Surrey, but has been with the club for a long, long time. She'll take first ball against Eva Gray, who's been in fine form recent times. Here comes Gray and into the leg side. That's just tickled away off the pad, I think, there, down to fine leg. They'll take just a single off the first ball. And yeah, signalled there by the umpire, leg by first up. But it gets Chatterjee down the other end. We know how dangerous Gray can be early on here at Chelmsford. She's got one slip in there, catching 4 in the ring on the offside, as well as a deep square leg and a third man outside the ring. It's full and straight and just driven out to Sophia Smale at short extra cover. Good start by Gray though. Got a good crowd coming in at the moment so far with what should be a pretty sunny, pretty warm day. And defended this time by Phoebe Franklin. But yeah, again, Eva Gray just finding that spot that she so often does outside, top of off stump, just outside off stump. Just forcing the batters to play. Driven again this time, a bit fuller. A little bit of movement, but nothing huge so far from Eva Gray. Steady as much as anything. That's down the leg side. It will be a wide, yes, signalled by the umpire. Phoebe Franklin unable to get anything on that. Probably would have raced away down to the rope there. It is the only slight issue you could say with the field that Essex and Grace Scrivens have set at the moment. The fact that there are 2 fielders outside the ring, one at third man, if Gray can drag that line outside off stump, but there is no fine leg in there. It's a deep square. That was outside off again, just a fraction shorter this time, and played nicely into the offside for Phoebe Franklin. Just 1 ball remains in this first over, but it's been a very good start so far from Gray. That was down leg, so chipped up in the air, it's gone! There's a breakthrough. Eva Gray inside the first over, the final ball. The big wicket there. Phoebe Franklin gone without scoring. Just dug into the pitch that one, and Franklin threw a little bit early and just chips that one. Easy, simple catch there at mid-wicket. She'll be disappointed with that one, Will Phoebe Franklin. And in the end, a simple catch at mid-wicket for Jo Gardner. But yeah, just fraction shorter perhaps again that time from Eva Gray. But dug in nicely, and an early breakthrough is exactly what Essex will be wanting. Essex have had a pretty challenging start to the season so far this year. Just managed to pick up one win here a few weeks ago against Lancashire, won by 5 wickets. Very good 73-0 out by Jodie Grucock there, but unfortunately she isn't in the sides, out with concussion. Kate Kopak will take the new ball from the Graham Gooch end here. Chatterjee on strike. She faced up first over, and Amy Hunter, the new batter, in at the crease. That was full and straight, but turned into the leg side nicely there from Chatterjee. Just to run you through Essex's side quickly, we have Grace Scrivens, Lissy McLeod, Ariana Dowes, Sophia Smale, Amara Carr, Jo Gardner, Maddie Blinkhorn-Jones, Eva Gray, Esme McGregor, Kate Kopak, Abtaha Maqsood. Kopak in again now, and that's targeting the stumps, and just turned around the corner there for a single. Chatterjee looks for maybe 2, but good fielding down there on the rope from Blinkhorn-Jones. But it gets Chatterjee off the mark. Her first runs of the season for Surrey. Driven that time nicely. Lovely shot there from Hunter to get off the mark. It's going to tease the fielders all the way to the ropes, but it will go. Lovely cover drive there from Amy Hunter. A brilliant way to get off the mark there. Fraction full, and just with a bit of a way swing, allows Hunter to just free her arms and smoke that one through the offside. That was a bit straighter this time. Better from Kopak, but defended from Hunter. Solid in defence there from Hunter. Nicely done. And Surrey's team, already running you through Essex, but Surrey's team is Phoebe Franklin, Brianna Chatterjee, Amy Hunter, Alice Davidson-Richards, Kira Chatley, captaining and keeping, Emma Jones, Kalia Moore, Rihanna McDonald-Gay, Alexa Stonehouse, Danny Gregory and Tilly Courtine-Coleman. Kopak in again now, and yeah, again, nice soft hands there from Hunter. Just drops the ball at her feet to end the second over. 7 for 1 now. Sorry. Still a long time to go in this Metro Bank One Day Cup. But it's a good start here for Essex. Already mentioned the struggles that they've had so far this season. Just the one win. They fell just short a few days ago against Yorkshire, losing by only 11 runs. But I did see Joe Gardner with a spectacular 64 and Lissy McLeod 63. Challenging the stumps again there from Eva Gray. And yeah, that was a tricky loss to take there for Essex in the County Cup, the T20 County Cup. That was the third round and sees them eliminated. But they've got opportunity to make amends here. Bit of width offered that time from Gray, but Chatterjee unable to really connect and just finds Scrivens at mid-off. Ooh, comes across the stumps there and caught, and there's, oh no, put down. Tricky one there from McLeod in the slip cordon. Chatterjee got across her stumps there, looking to sort of lap that one over her shoulder through a vacant fine leg. And Gray spotted her movement across the stumps there and dragged her line right the way, or even further outside off, and Chatterjee in the end runs it off the face of the bat, straight to the diving Lissy McLeod, but with the way it came off the bat, would have been a very, very good take at slip, using that pace from Gray. That one's back in, angled in again this time, and Amy Hunter just drops in and defends well. Width this time, and Hunter can't cash in, unfortunately, on that one. Just gets a single for it. Dabbing that one through third man. You can see her a little bit frustrated. She knows that if she could have found the gap between point and cover there, it could have and would have flown away, probably all the way to the rope. You know how fast the outfield here at Chelmsford can be, with the square running the length of the way out to the left here, to the batter's offside at the moment. That was full and wide and driven, and that's exactly the gap that we're talking about there. Races away across the square, doesn't fully get a hold of it though. They'll only get 2 for it. Chatterjee not able to quite middle that one, but a good shot nonetheless. It's 11 for 1 now. Surrey find themselves. 3 overs gone. Only wicket so far to fall. Phoebe Franklin in the first over. The final ball of that first over. Into the stumps and flicked nicely into the leg sides from Hunter, but not able to fully connect. Hunter and Chatterjee starting to rebuild at the moment. We're in the 4th over now. Kate Kopak continues. Bit of width there. Whistles past the outside edge, that one. Hunter just dangling her bat, but a lucky escape for her there. Unable to find the outside edge is Kate Kopak. Kopak in again now. That's good again there. Hunter just works that one, tries to run it through third man, but in the end gets a bit too much and finds McGregor there at backward point. That was pushed nicely through the offside there. Picks the gap perfectly. Does Hunter. It's going to be fielded out in the deep there. Good effort there from Eva Gray. And good teamwork with Esme McGregor. They get back for 2. Hunter working the ball nicely around the field so far. Also on a Surrey debut. Slow ball, full toss, and looks to put that one away, does Hunter, but can't cash in. Instead, it just dribbles out to Scrivens at mid-off. Again, you can see Hunter's frustration. That was turned into the leg side, but straight to Gardner at mid-wicket. That ends the 4th over, 13 for 1. A good over there from Kopak. It's been good bowling so far from the Essex duo. They've worked really well in tandem so far this season. Eva Gray taking 8 wickets from the 7 matches, including a brilliant 5 for here against Warwickshire in the first home game. Kopak's taken 7 this season. Been a good new ball partnership, these two. Full and straight and driven nicely, but straight to Sophia Smale, who gets down well there. And yeah, it's interesting to see Essex putting Surrey into bat here. Struggled a little bit batting first so far this season. I was just turned into the leg side towards Gardner again. Slightly uppish, but safe. Comfortably safe in the end there from Chatterjee. Sorry, I've only chased twice so far this season. They lost that first one against Hampshire by 50 runs and then tied last week against the Blaze. Use of feet there from Chatterjee again, but holds back in the end. Just plays into the covers, sensibly so. Yeah, it's a pretty tricky start for Surrey, who were a lot of people's picks for winning, well, possibly both competitions, but at least challenging within the Metro Bank One Day Cup. That one's outside off again, nicely there from Gray. Just a hint of swing. But Chatterjee matches it yet again. Big drive up, and oh, put down there by Eva Gray. Would have been a fantastic caught and bowled. A really tricky one. Nailed back at her by Chatterjee. Looking to try and put a bit of pressure back on the Essex attack here. Doesn't really get a hold of it. Quite high on the bat there. The second time Chatterjee's been dropped now. That was flicked nicely, dispatched there over the leg sides with a glorious shot through the mid-wicket region there. Brilliant from Chatterjee. just a fraction short from Gray. Full commitment and just sent that one flying for a couple bounces to the fence. 17 for 1 now after 5 overs. That's twice Chatterjee's been dropped and she could make Essex pay here. Flicked into the leg side nicely there from Hunter. Straight to Blinkhorn-Jones though, just for a single. Solid in defence there from Chatterjee. Possibly tempted to drive that one, but it's a good amount of away swing again there from Kopak. She's been good so far. Not offering much at all. Just challenging the stumps a bit more, but turned nicely there. They're going to push for a couple, you think. Possibly even 3. No, I think they'll just settle for 2. Chatterjee into double figures now. Moves on to 10. Just a reminder as well, if you have any questions, comments, anything at all, put them in the YouTube chat, or you can find me at @treynolds_sport. Again, pass outside edge, thin edge. No, put down. Falls just short, perhaps, there of Carr. Thin edge. Have to take a look at the replay on that one. Carr went diving forwards there. Tricky to see what happened here from behind the stumps where I'm sat. Yeah, it doesn't quite carry there, perhaps. That was short and wide at that time. Left alone, though, by Chatterjee. Still 3 occasions. She's making the most of her lifeline, though. That was into the leg side again. They'll be back for 2 here, I'm sure. They've been quick so far between the wickets. They do indeed. Good running again from the pair. That ends 6th over, 22 for 1. Sorry, starting to rebuild. Two runs on the board when their first wicket fell, Phoebe Franklin, but Chatterjee and Hunter starting to rebuild again. 12, sorry. Chatterjee finds herself on, Hunter on 8. Both just ticking along nicely here. Eva Gray will continue. Across her stumps there, and oh, just over the top of the wickets there. Hunter looking to be a bit innovative, but doesn't get anything on it, and another lucky escape, you'd have to say. Essex have been pretty unlucky so far today. They get through for a single, though. Slow ball this time from Gray and defended by Chatterjee. Just sensible cricket all round there. Sorry, and a few precarious positions so far. We mentioned a couple drops. Another edge that I don't think quite carried to Carr, and then that one earlier in this over from Hunter, getting across her stumps. That was good length again there from Gray, and not offering any width, but Chatterjee trying to force that one through the offsides. It's a pretty new look top order for Surrey. Ruby Franklin's often been batting down the order in the competition so far. It's just her 5th appearance, but then Chatterjee and Hunter yet to play in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. That was, oh, glorious. Lovely shot there. Brilliant from Chatterjee. Just too full in the end from Eva Gray. An imperious shot through the leg side. Just rocking onto the front foot and a little bit of a snap of the wrists. Just times that one through mid-on. But another brilliant shot there from Chatterjee. We've seen a few of those so far today. Looking strong through that mid-wicket, mid-on region. That was down the leg side, chipped up in the air, but just to the right of Joe Gardner. They'll be back for 2 here. No, just taking the 1. Gardner does have very, very good arm. Would have been a risk to take her on there, but happy with the single. Amy Hunter back on strike here. That one's just prodded into the leg sides. Sensible there from Hunter. Just working across her own stumps. And just dabbing the ball into the leg side for a simple single. 29 for 1 now, 7 overs gone. Partnership starting to build here. Just shy of 30. Run rate about 4s. Sensible though from these two, just trying to rebuild. Got a long, long time to go still inside the power play. Just 2 fielders outside the ring. Kopak continues, but shorter, and again Hunter gets across her stumps to push it into the leg side. They'll look for 2 here, but no, have to settle for 1 in the end. Blinkhorn Jones does well there at fine leg to get round and cut off the second. Short and thin edge perhaps? No, just a half appeal I think. And a wide given in the end there from the umpire. It's good thinking here by Kopak though, just trying to keep Chatterjee on her toes. It's been busy innings so far from these two though. That was pulled nicely. Going to race her way across the square there. And that will be a boundary. Another boundary for Chatterjee, and another one through that mid-wicket region. Just rocks back and nails that one through the vacant forward square leg. Surrey on to 35 now. That's driven, but just the toe of the bat. Well fielded there from Eva Gray. Coming round from cover. Possibly could have left that one, could Chatterjee. It looked pretty wide. And it just meant she could only get the toe and not really middle that one. Didn't quite time it. Slight change in field here. Lissy McLeod coming out of slip now. Into mid-wicket, just on the ring. Yeah, bit of a square mid-wicket, maybe even forward square leg, kind of in between the two. It's just guided nicely there from Chatterjee, but fraction too square in the end, and McGregor fields well. Just 2 balls in Kopac's over left. Full and straight and turned into the leg side. Dot ball there though. There's another change up from Kopak, targeting the stumps this time. Just much fuller, much straighter. And yeah, just a reminder to get in touch. @TReynolds_sport on Twitter or Instagram, Blue Sky as well. Or otherwise, just on the YouTube live stream. Anything in the comments, any comments? Any questions? Full and straight again and just dropped into the leg sides. That ends the 8th over, 35 for 1. Chatterjee on 21 off 27 now. Amy Hunter 10 off 16. Chatterjee the more aggressive of the two at the moment. There have been a few opportunities as well. Just put down in the 3rd over at slip from Lissy McLeod. Would have been a good take, and similarly caught a bold opportunity for Eva Gray a couple overs ago too. That was challenging the stumps again from Gray. Quite a skiddy bowler is Gray. But it means stumps are always in play here. LBWs and bold. Even if she drags her length back a fraction. Also the way she can get the ball to move. Keeps both edges inside into 2. And that's, oh, lovely shot there. Brilliant from Amy Hunter. Gets across her stumps. We've seen her do that a few times. And just scoops that one through a vacant fine leg region. But phenomenal there from Hunter. We've seen her get right the way across her stumps on a couple occasions now. It's a great effect with that one there, bringing up. That could be her first boundary. Just keeping Scrivens and Essex on their toes, keeping them thinking. And Esme McGregor, I think that is down there at what was a deep square leg, now moving around to more regulation fine leg. Still pretty square though. Hunter used the offside this time, guides that one nicely behind point. And I think a 2, they are going to come back for it. Could be tight, no. Comfortably home in the end, well run there. Hard to tell who that is right down there at the far end, possibly Kate Kopak. That 3rd man there, right at the other end of the pitch. Hunter into the leg side again, this one just behind square off the pads. Yeah, again, really sensible, really smart cricket from Hunter. Moves on to 17 now. And towards the end of the first power play here, and Surrey, after losing that early wicket of Phoebe Franklin in the 1st over, have regrouped with Hunter and Chatterjee. Could be tight, it's gone! Another one there for Eva Gray. Beats the inside edge, strikes Chatterjee on the pads, and given by the umpire. That's her 2nd now, Eva Gray. LBW this time, the wicket of Chatterjee. Sending the Surrey batter back to the pavilion. Chatterjee used a few of her lifelines, couple drop catches. But this time goes Clever bowling there from Gray. Gets it to nip back in a load there. Really good. Just whiskers away from the inside edge. Cannons into Chatterjee's pads. No doubt for the umpire. Possibly a little bit high, but given in the end. Does bring the dangerous Alice Davidson-Richards to the crease though. He's been very, very good with the bat so far this year. Made a brilliant 100 against Lancashire a couple weeks ago. And a few very useful not-outs down the order as well, but up to number 4 today. A bit higher than perhaps she is used to, but more than capable batter. Recently got the call up to England for Charlotte Edwards' first ODI and T20 squads. Gray in now though. Big drive, used to feet straight away from Davidson-Richards. And ends the 9th over, just one left inside the power play now. 42 for 2, Surrey. You'd think if there'd just been one down inside the power play, they probably would have been the happier of the two sides, but that second wicket just gives Essex a little bit of a boost. Brings them back into the game here. There had been opportunities coming, mainly from Chatterjee though. Hunter's been smart with the way she's been going about it, the way she's been accumulating. Alice Davidson-Richards just one of 3 players now inside the Surrey squad who will have played all 8 games, including this one. Donald Gay played 7 alongside a lot of their top order. Bit of width there, too much width in the end from Kopak. Just started swinging and kept swinging all the way past that blue line, the wide line you can see on the screen there. Yeah, 257 runs Davidson-Richards made so far this year. Oh, and pass the outside edge, no! Just missing by millimetres probably in the end there. It's been a very good opening spell from the 2 Essex quicks. I've had good seasons so far. Played every game together, opened the bowling every game together for Essex. Finds the outside half of the bat. It's going to run away down to 3rd man just for a single in the end there for Amy Hunter. Just one run from it brings Davidson-Richards back on strike. Yeah, again, good bowling here from Kopak, finding the outside edge. Davidson-Richards, 257 runs already mentioned, averaging over 50 with the bat and striking at over 100. Only batter inside the top 20. Full and straight and past the outside edge. Again there. Really good bowling from Kopak. Angled in, nipping away. She's done brilliantly so far today. Been unlucky to not get a wicket so far. But you'd think the way she's bowling, one could be coming. Big drive this time from Davidson-Richards, but just checks it a fraction, doesn't really get a hold of it. Dot ball. Yeah, Davidson-Richards, the only batter inside the top 15 run scorers to be striking at over 100s. The only other batter inside probably the top 30 odds to be striking at over 100s. Her teammate, Paige Schofield, as well. That was too wide again there from Kopak. Just Swinging away again too much. It's good she is getting so much swing, but it can be hard to control. Driven there, beats the dive there at backward point, going to go all the way to the rope. Timed perfectly there from Alice Davidson-Richards for her first runs of the day. Her first boundary with that. Just a nice cover drive, freeing the arms. Too much width on offer there from Kopak. She's been a little bit wayward, but when she has been on the money, she's been really hard to play so far today. Just got to try and settle back in and find that rhythm again. That's the one there, a little bit shorter. Leaps a little bit off the pitch perhaps and ends the over. 49 for 2, Surrey inside the power play that. Davidson-Richards 4 off 5. Amy Hunter, the in-batter now, 18 off 22. 2 wickets to fall so far. Phoebe Franklin fell in the first over. She was caught off the bowling of Eva Gray by Jo Gardner. Pretty simple catch in the end at mid-wicket. And then Chatterjee, her opening partner, fell in the 9th over. She fell for 21 off 28. LBW Eva Gray again, her second. We will see a change of bowling here. Some of the left arm finger spin of Sophia Smale. Smale yet to really stamp her authority on Essex with the ball. Had a few good knocks with the bat, but only the 2 wickets so far this season. Floated up first one, challenging Hunter onto the front foot. That's been a little bit unlucky, has Smale. Often bowled pretty well, pretty tight generally. It's a bit of a reverse sweep there. Good ingenuity. They're going to get through for just a single in the end. Good fielding at backward point from Essex. Hunter gets another. Seen her use a lot of smartness, cleverness today so far, scoring her runs. They are offering options here through the offside for Davidson-Richards. No sweeper out there. Try and tuck her right up there. Angled in well there from Smale. Sorry, into the 50s now. Oh, really challenging again there from Smale. Just scoots between batter and keeper there. Possibly comes off Amara Carr's shoulder. Use of feet there, hit down the ground, lovely. Brilliant there from Amy Hunter. Just skips down the track and smashes Smale back past. And another 4 there, 55. Sorry, move on to now. It's clever batting again from Hunter. 4 Scrivens to drop mid-on back. Floated up this time. Could be tight, big appeal. No, down the leg side, I think. Hoping as much as anything else, I think, was Smale and her Essex teammates. Possibly a feather on that, actually. Umpire not signalling a leg by. Into the 11th over, 56 for 2. We will see another change of bowling. Esme McGregor with her cap off now. Some seam this time, though. Will continue from the Graham Gooch ends. America's been a little bit in and out of the side so far. Essex have had to make a lot of changes throughout the season, using 15 players in the one-day cup. Well, their top order currently out injured. Sophie Monroe too, one of their other seamers. Driven nicely there from Hunter, that's the one. Finds the ropes with a sumptuous cover drive. Just again rocking onto the front foot, finding that gap. And Essex yet to have a sweeper out on the offside, and it is offering opportunities here for Surrey. Just the two fielders outside the rope still, outside the ring, sorry. Sort of deep backward square, long leg kind of region. Maddie Blinkhorn-Jones down there, and also a third man. Straighter this time. But Hunter just runs that one off the face down to Abtahar Maqsood. Good cricket. Again from Hunter, on to 29 now. Just taking along at better than a run of ball here, without really many risks. She went across and missed her first attempted scoop. Could have been bowled if it had been a fraction fuller, just whistled over the top of the stumps. But other than that, she's been accumulating pretty easily. McGregor in again now, fuller, too full in the end, and a full toss, but Davidson Richards unable to put it away. Slash this time from Davidson Richards. Going to come back for a second. They will in the end. It's well fielded out there from Eva Gray. It's hit quite a long way in front of square from Davidson Richards, and Gray has to cover a lot of ground running round from in front of the pavilion past the new stand. Over towards the hospitality boxes. Fuller and straighter again from McGregor. No width this time. Davidson Richards just drops her bat on it. That one's just pushed into the leg side. Backs away a fraction as Davidson Richards could be tight. Oh, and a direct hit would have been close, but instead it could be overthrows. It will be just the extra one from it. Definitely worth having a crack there at the stumps, but unfortunately does give away a few extras with it. 65 for 2 now. Would have been really close, I reckon, here. Having a look at the replay. Richards just backs away, gives herself a bit of room, and Smale onto her left hand there. Instead, a slight misfield. Yeah, here's the option here to see how close it would have been. I think she would have just been home safe with Davidson Richards, but would have been very, very close. 65 for 2. Sophia Smale will continue from the Sir Alistair Cook end. Oh, that could be tight. And it's gone. There's Sophia Smale's wicket. Wheeling away in celebration as she was appealing, knowing how close that one was going to be. And that's another one. 3 down. Amy Hunter goes for 29. Trapped in front. Wickets just continually ticking over here as well. Essex looking in a good position. See the run out opportunity here first. I'm sure we'll see the replay here in a second, but Amy Hunter goes. Brings the skipper, Kira Chatley, to the crease now.
New batter for Surrey, the captain, number 20, Kira Chatley.
Chatley coming off the back of a phenomenal knock in the T20 County Cup, making 95 at a rapid rate, as Surrey piled on 237 in just 20 overs to cruise past Hampshire. She's going to have to try and continue that form now, though, with Surrey teetering in a precarious position. 65 runs on the board, going well run rate wise, but 3 down with just under 40 overs still to bowl. Run rate 5.34, more than good enough, but wickets the bigger currency. Defended straight away there from Chatley. Just inside edge into the pad that time, skipping on with the arm. But it's good bowling again here from Smale. That's down the leg side, help round the corner. They're going to come through for a quick single. Could be tight again. No, sensibly run in the end there. Well home from Davidson Richards. Goes through as a leg bye. Driven straight down the ground there. 1 run straight to Maqsood. Good use of the space in the field there from Davidson Richards. That was helped round the corner. Beats the dive there at backward, short fine leg, but they just get 1 for it. Ariana Dowles perhaps at short fine leg. Ends the over though, 68 runs on the scoreboard now for Surrey, but 3 down. The wickets keep going. Seeing the replays here. Pretty plumb in the end there. Good bowling, skipping on with the arm. Smale mixes it up nicely, we know that, but Hunter unable to lay bat on it, finds herself trapped dead in front. Sophia Smale's 3rd wicket of the season. Davidson Richards and Chatley though, probably the 2 in-form batters for Surrey. McGregor in now, a bit of width on offer there, and Chatley just guides that one out to backward point with a cut shot. Yeah, Davidson Richards, the only batter on display here with a 50 so far this season. She made 57 against Somerset. That was driven nicely, but fine Smale. 57 not out against Somerset in the opening rounds. And then, as already mentioned, the 100 against Lancashire a couple weeks ago now. So he did end up losing in both though. Been on the end of a few very tricky results after piling on the runs and a few big chases against them. Full and straight and offered on a full toss there and put away by Davidson Richards. Just leans onto the front foot, finds the gap, pierces it between extra cover and mid-off. Another boundary there for Davidson Richards. Essex have struggled a little bit today to stop Surrey scoring so freely. A little bit of a tongue twister, that one. Stop Surrey scoring so freely. 73 they find themselves on now, just 3 down. As I've been saying, informed Davidson Richards going nicely though. Change of field here from Scrivens. Lissy McLeod moving from that position in slip to Short fine leg. No, she's going all the way out to the rope. Which allows Blinkhorn Jones out there at a long leg to go a bit squarer and move to a more regulation deep square. Other field outside the ring at third man and deep cover. Davison Richards looks to push that one through the offside, but just finds Smale at short extra. No run. Bit of width offered this time, and Davison Richards cuts that one out to deep cover for a single. Brings Kira Chatley back on strike. Interesting to see how she leads Surrey today. Captained them in that T20 game, emphatically. A couple days ago now. Down at Beckenham that was. 2 days ago, 3 days ago. Bit of width on offer again there from McGregor, and that's brilliantly there from Chatley. Finds the rope. Elegantly so. Just times that one and beats the dive of Kopak at backward point, but also the fielder, Eva Gray, out on the rope, had no chance either. Lovely shot there. 78 Surrey now, 3 down still, 10 from that over. 14 overs gone, 78 on the scoreboard here for Surrey. Top ball first up there from Smale. That's driven down the ground, will be a single. Straight to Abtaha Maqsood. Chatley back onto face Smale now. Drives that one down the ground, beats the dive of Smale, but Maqsood will cut that one off. Another single. .11 so far in this over. Fuller straighter again. Not offering any width at all here is Smale. Rightfully so, without any sweepers on the offside. Just the 4 fielders all inside the ring. Sweepers out on the leg side though. That one's just dabbed to Lissy McLeod at short mid wicket. The only fielder inside the ring on the leg side in front of square. He will drop out McGregor now though. Driven nicely there. Finds the gap. Scriven should cut that one off. She does. They'll push for 2. No, they won't. I think rightfully so. Would have been a good opportunity at a run out. And that ends quick over there for Smale. Just 3 runs from it. 81 for 3. Smale's bowled well so far. Got a big wicket of Amy Hunter, who was looking set on 29 off 29. Effortlessly scoring. Smale 11 from her first 3. Just over 3.5s. We will see a change of bowling here. Abtaha Maqsood, who's had a very good start to the season with Essex. Some of her leg spin. 6 wickets, averaging 32. Getting a few big scalps along the way though. First wicket this season I think was ex-England captain Heather Knight.
Into the attack at the good chin, number 18, Maqsood.
Has been pretty helpful to spin here at Chelmsford on a few occasions. But a very good pitch generally all season so far. Sued into Davidson Richards. She cuts that first one away just for a single. Out to the sweeper. Kate Kopak out there. Also 3 sweepers on the leg side too. I see a change of field here. We will indeed. Ariana Dow's coming in at slip now. That was a bit of width, but a lot of bounce there. Good amount of topspin from McStood. Obviously generating that extra bit of bounce. Going over the top of Chatley's bat there. Full and straight and driven, but straight to Lissy McLeod at short extra cover. There's a boundary opportunity there if Chatley can beat McLeod. Bit of width this time offered, but just cut away again to Kopak. Fielding out there on the cover boundary in front of the pavilion. See a few fans sat down there in the pavilion, but also stand next to me. Looking pretty busy. A lot of school kids around as well, which is always exciting to see. Closed up from McLeod. Gives herself space though, does Davidson Richards, and just rotating the strike again. Another single. Floated up again, Uppish. Finds the gap though, does Chatley, and that will be another boundary. She's done it so well so far, picking the gaps. Slightly uppish, but safely so. Brilliant cover drive there. Flying away to the ropes. Moves Surrey on to 88. Now for 3. 16 overs in. These two starting to build their partnership. .23 these two have added so far. It's about what we've seen for most of the partnerships. Chatterjee and Hunter added 40 for that second wicket partnership after Phoebe Franklin fell early without scoring. Then Chatterjee fell for 21, then Hunter for 29. See Smale bowling to Davidson Richards here. Use of feet driven down the ground strongly, but McSood will cut that one off. She's pretty straight here at long on. Run rate bang on 5s and a halves. But wickets, the more crucial factor you'd think. That one's just dropped straight back to the bowler. Yeah, wickets. Seemingly the most important thing so far in this competition, I'd say. Floated up from Smale this time and driven through the offside, but straight to the fielder, Maddie Blinkhorn-Jones there. She's fielding in there at cover on the ring. No one behind her sweeping though. Driven down the ground, but doesn't get a hold of it, does Chatley. They do drop out Blinkhorn-Jones this time, out to the cover boundary. As well as the 3 sweepers on the leg sides. 2 balls to come. That was driven, but without much timing, straight to Lissy McLeod. Very miserly over so far from Smale. Miserly spell so far. 1 ball to come. She's got to finish strongly here. She does indeed. Just 1 run from it. 2 runs from the over in total. 90. Sorry, move on to. Still 3 down. But Smale's bowled really, really well here. 13 runs from her first 4 overs. She's sort of taking her time to to settle into Essex, but has definitely put in a few really good performances, and this starting to look like one as well. Essex do also have a few other bowling options. Joe Gardner, Grace Scrivens offer a bit of off spin each, which quite nicely complements the left arm finger spin of Smale and the leg spin here of Abtaha Maqsood, who will continue. Went for 7 from her first, with Chatley smashing her to the boundary through the covers. A couple, 3 singles alongside it. Flat this time and cut away by Chatley. Out to Kopak. Dow's coming round to short fine leg from the covers. Use of feet from Davidson Richards down the ground, doesn't get a hold of it though, and you get just 1 from it. Lissy McLeod fielding out there on the rope. So 2 sweepers pretty square on the leg side, one at just backwards of square and another a very wide, deep mid-wicket. Floated up from Maqsood this time, and Chatley unable to catch it sweetly, and instead it just dribbles out to the skipper, Scrivens. Up again, slightly uppish, going to just about squirt past Esme McGregor, down to the rope. 4 runs again for Chatley. Probably the least convincing of her many boundaries so far. She moves on to 18 though. 18 off 19. It's her 3rd boundary of the day. Smashed the first 2, timed them both brilliantly. That one slightly uppish off the outside half of the bat. That was a bit straighter this time, and Chatley sweeps. No fielder down there at short fine leg. They should come back for 2. They will indeed. Could be tight. That's a tricky throw in there from Blinkhorn Jones. Get back for a second. 98 for 3. Chatley on to 20. He looks to cut that one away, but just goes under the bat actually that time. Keeps a fraction low. Ends the 18th over though. 98 for 3. Useful boundary there to keep the run rate ticking over. Smale's been very miserly so far from the Sir Alistair Cook end down here. Still a pretty short boundary to the leg side off Smale's overs. Does often race away, but not been able to get on top of the left armour yet. Davidson Richards on strike. Skipper Chatley down the other end. Use of feet, and that one's going to run away all the way to the ropes. Brilliant from Alice Davidson Richards. Just down the wicket, a pace or 2. Head over the ball and fires that one through the offsides. Brings up the 100 as well. 18.1 overs in, just over an hour into today's play. Brilliant shot there though, again from Davidson Richards. Scrivens having a bit of a chat with Smale, as we see a bit of groundsmanship actually out there from Blinkhorn Jones, and that's Lissy McLeod having to push one of the covers around a little bit to try and get the ball back before we see Scrivens almost take out the umpire. Everything happening here down at Chelmsford. Smell in again, floats that one up and just turned into the leg sides. 1 run, fielded by Eva Gray. Bit more flight this time, and slight misfield from Smale, but recovers well. Floated up this time, even more flight, and that one swept nicely by Chatley. Again, another single. These two combining well so far. .39 the partnership. It's driven nicely again by Davidson Richards. Slight misfield, but no run. The right call in the end there. Don't ever run off a misfield, as they always say. Good there again from Smale, pinning Davidson Richards back in her crease. Drops back and just defends. 104 for 3, 19 overs gone. Smale fought back well into that over. Boundary off the first ball. And some singles as well, but could have been worse. Maksud will continue here from the Graham Gooch end. In comes Maksud. Floated up and driven nicely. Doesn't get a hold of it. Maksud's varied her pace really well today. As has Smale, actually. Just making it difficult for the Surrey pair. Full start this time, though, from Maksud. Cut away there from Chatley. Just uses her wrists. Almost beats the fielder there. Kopak at backward point, but just the 1 run from it in the end. Brings Davidson Richards back on strike. Bit flatter that time and cut away again. This time in front of square, though, from Davidson Richards. Down the ground, but straight to Scrivens. That was a big swing there from Chatley. Looks to try and smash that one through the covers, but doesn't connect. Just floated up from Maksud. Very smart, very clever bowling. Trying to lure Chatley in here. That was driven though this time. Front of square. They'll be around for just the 1 though. Ends the over, 107. 20 overs in now. Still 3 down, Surrey. These two have come together really well. Still 30 overs to go, though. There's a lot more time in this game than you ever kind of realise. We'll see another change of bowling here. Esme McGregor coming in from the Alistair Cook end this time, though. Change of ends, relieving Sophia Smale, who bowled her first 5 overs for 19 runs. Economy of just 3.8. Got big wicket of Amy Hunter as well, who was going really well. She's made a run of ball 29. But it's given a little bit of rest now. Brings McGregor around again. That was pulled away nicely from Chatley, but straight out to Kopak. A deep square leg. Field is all pretty square, those outside the ring. Sweepers, a deep fine leg, deep square leg, deep third man, and also deep cover. You can't really afford to pitch it up here. That one is full though. Luckily, just about square enough, but it should beat the fielders out there. It doesn't though. Brilliant fielding from Kopak. Saved what would have been an inevitable 4. Raced away across the outfield, down the slope there. Over towards the pavilion, but Kopak does excellently to drag that one back from the rope. Richards cuts that one for a single this time though. She moves on to 30. Run a ball 30 so far. That one's just tickled around the corner, single there. Thoughts of a 2, but well fielded from Ariana Dowes, who similarly is coming off the back of pretty good score. She made 43 not out against Durham, ran out of partners in the end. Came in at number 3, just at the back end of the power play, batted all the way to the 40th over before she ran out of partners. Big swing there from Davidson Richards, and frustrated again. She's not able to cash in. You can see just the way she just leapt up almost and threw her head back in frustration. She knows that if she had timed that one, it could have beaten the fielder out there on the cover boundary. That was driven down the ground nicely. Chatley making her ground, possibly scraping along McGregor's finger there. Ends the 21st over though, 112 for 3. The wickets to fall so far today. Chatterjee and Franklin open the batting for Surrey before Phoebe Franklin fell in the first over to Eva Gray without scoring. And Chatterjee, after a few missed opportunities from Essex, fell in the back end of the power play in the 9th over. She made 21. Partnered well with Amy Hunter. They put together about 40. Hunter fell a few overs later, the 13th over for 29. A run of ball 29. Accumulating very easily. And now these two have batted together. Davidson Richards and Kira Chatley. Up to Har Maksudin again now though. And defended by Chatley. Used to feet this time and a chip back to the bowler and a wicket. Chatley looking to be aggressive, looking to put the pressure back on Maksood and Essex, and instead offers a simple caught and bowl opportunity. Taken well though by Maksood. She goes for 25. She just started to get bogged down a fraction. 25 from 32. Uses her feet well, but to no avail in the end. And a good take there by Maksood. Hit firmly back at her. She does really well to keep calm and take that catch. Makes it look really simple in the end. 4 down, Surrey now. 112 for 4. just before that 50 partnership would have come up between Chatley and Davidson-Richards. And it brings Emma Jones to the crease. And at number 6, 22-year-old. She made a phenomenal 100 for Glamorgan. Right at the beginning of the season, on loan down there. She opened the bowling first up, had a pretty tricky time with the ball, but it's phenomenal with the bat. She's now going to try and steady the ship with Surrey here. 112 for 4. Wicket's still pretty crucial. Long time to go. Not even halfway through. Maksud in again now. That's pushed into the offside for Emma Jones. Off the mark straight away. Yeah, I've got the scorecard up here. Went an economy of almost 9s from her 9 overs. Did pick up 3 wickets though, before smashing 147 from 101. Was floated up and just pushed into the leg side, no run. Morgan ended up falling 11 runs short, sorry, in the end. It's just crazy when you think how many she scored. That was pushed into the offsides. Scamper through for a quick single. As Davidson-Richards moves on to 30. Bringing Emma Jones back on strike. That was pushed into a bit of a mix-up. Could be tight. Emma Jones could be run out here. Going to be close. She's gone. Silly there from Surrey. A lot of hesitation, a lot of stuttering. Jones unmoved on the floor there. Extremely disappointed. She'll be run out for 1 of 2. And another big wicket. That's 2 in the over now. Maksud with a big caught and bowled. And now the run out of Emma Jones. And Surrey starting to crumble here perhaps. Jones falls for 1.
Emma Jones run out for 1.
She only faced 2 balls and disappointing there though. Smart fielding from Esme McGregor at backward point. And most importantly, Essex now right on top of Surrey here. They're going to have to try and keep the pressure on though. Surrey 114 for 5, having been 112 for 3 just a couple overs ago. Just an over ago even. First Chatley fell to that caught and bowled. Simple opportunity she gifted back to Abtaha Maksud, and then pressure started to build. And Emma Jones, with a lot of stuttering, is run out for 1 in the same over. Kalia Moore in now at number 7. Bowled some off spin as well, but more than capable batter too. Sorry, do have a pretty reasonable order. With Donald Gay, England international, still to come, as well as Alexa Stonehouse. Now strikes the pads of Moore first up. It's going down the leg side though. McGregor hasn't been especially miserly, offered a few freebies so far, but she can try and suck on a bit of pressure here. That's what she's starting to do. A couple dot balls to Kalia Moore first up. Sorry, do you have a pretty inexperienced side out today? Very young side at that as well. That was floated up and full toss, and brilliant fielding there. It's fantastic. Joe Gardner in there at mid-wicket. Stopped what would have been probably 4 runs, or at least a few, and instead keeps Khalil Moore, who's only just come into the crease on strike, allowing McGregor to continue the pressure, continue to build that pressure. Can Essex? Bit shorter this time, but Moore prods that one into the offside. Another dot ball. 4 up in a row now. McGregor in again now. It's pushed into the offside again, but straight to Sophia Smale. No run. 5 dots in a row now. Moore just settling in. No real need for her to push on with them 5 down. Not even halfway through the innings. Final ball of the 23rd over here. That was a bit of width offered, and it is another dot ball though, and that will be a maiden. McGregor's first maiden of the day. Essex's first maiden of the day. With a really, really good over. Only really offering a fraction of width on that final delivery, but more unable to cash in. 114 for 5. Maqsood will be bowling to Davidson Richards here. That was pushed into the offside. No run though. That's cut away nicely from Davidson Richards. Just 1 run though, brings Clearmore back onto strike. Floated up again from Maqsood, and Moore just pats that one back to her. Well fielded from Maqsood. Gets down nicely well there. Run rate slowly dropping, but shouldn't be as much concern to Surrey, who should just focus on trying to bat out the 50 at this rate. That was cut into the offsides. Clear Moore's first runs of the day. Comes off her 8th delivery faced. Cut away again from Davidson Richards. Seemingly an area of opportunity there for Surrey. There is a lot of space into the offsides. 3 fielders inside the ring at extra cover, mid-off and backward point. Just dabbed to that fielder extra cover. Sophia Smale attacks it well though. Ends the over with a dot ball. 3 runs from Maqsood's over there. 117 for 5 after 24 overs now. Esme McGregor will bowl the final over before drinks. Alice Davidson Richards to start on strike. She's 32 off 39. Slowed down a fraction, just as Surrey looking to rebuild and regroup. With those 2 big wickets a couple overs ago now. Kira Chatley went first, and then Emma Jones run out. Full and straight and driven down the ground, but straight to Scrivens, the skipper. That's up in the air, chipped straight to mid-on, and gone, simple catch. Davidson Richards fuming with herself there as she jogs off the pitch. Essex celebrate knowing that that's a big, big wicket. 117 for 6, Surrey now. Slowly crumbling, but Essex are going to have to keep the pressure on now and really restrict and constrict Surrey. They do have a good tail still to come. Esme McGregor with another wicket there. Her first wicket, sorry, of the day. And a simple catch in the end. Davidson Richards looking to go hard down the ground, instead just caught off guard, threw it a fraction early and instead sends it up in the air towards Eva Gray. And that's probably the last recognised batter for Surrey now walking back to the pavilion. There are quite a few big names down today. That's Davidson Richards, who was going well. Goes for 32. It is interesting to see Surrey here, who have had a very tricky start to the season. They've only won 2 matches in the One Day Cup so far. They also got a tie against the Blaze last week, and then also a big win in the T20 Cup against Hampshire over the weekends. But actually, there are a few big names, or without a few big names. Bryony Smith, Danny White-Hodge, Alice Capsey and Sophia Dunkley, who've generally made up the top 4 for Surrey. All England internationals are missing today. Not been told reasons why. Perhaps rested ahead of England appearances. Also Paige Schofield missing out, who's floated around the middle order for Surrey as well. Another England's international. When you take out those 5 big names of Surrey's top order, it leaves them pretty vulnerable, and that's what we've seen today, and Essex have made the most of it. They've attacked early with the new ball. Got a couple early wickets to Eva Gray. Inside the power play, she got Phoebe Franklin in the first over. A pretty tame dismissal caught at mid-wicket. Then we saw Chatterjee fall in the 9th over. Just before the end of the power play, she fell LBW to Gray, made 21 though. And then Sophia Smale managed to get dangerous Amy Hunter, who was scoring effortlessly. She made 29 off 29 pretty easily. And then Chatley and Davidson Richards managed to combine for a good partnership of 47. But Chatley fell, and in the same over, Emma Jones was run out. And Surrey went from 114 for 3. Sorry, 112 for 3 to 114 for 5. And now with Davidson Richards going, most recent over, just ahead of drink, Surrey now 117 for 6. Still 4 deliveries in this over. But this is going to be a big challenge now for Surrey, you'd think. Losing 3 wickets for 5 runs has left them in a really precarious position. You see Rihanna McDonald-Gay in now to join Kalia Moore. She faces up now and just turns her first delivery around the corner to fine leg for a single. Gets her off the mark. You'd think for Surrey to try and put on any sort of score, defendable score, partnership between these two is going to be pretty important. Below them, Alexa Stonehouse made a very good 32 against the Blaze. That was cut away nicely by Kalia Moore. Yeah, 32 not out against the Blaze, right at the back end in the tied game down there. We also saw Danny Gregory, who's carded to come in at number 10, make her list a high score, I think about 20. And Tilly Courtine Coleman as well, in at number 11. The teenager there. But McGregor in now, targeting the stumps and defended by McDonald-Gay. McDonald-Gay played a part in England's Ashes tour down under this winter. Looked pretty good with the ball in the test, the only game she featured in. Uppish there, driven straight to backward point, but fielded nicely from Maqsood. She was also part of the England Lions squad, who went out in March and April down under. That ends the 25th over, 119 for 5. Surrey now halfway through their innings. In real trouble. McDonald-Gay has made a few runs with the bat so far this season. 22 not out against Lancashire and 27 against the Blaze in that tie. It's floated up and driven. Straight to Smale. No run. Kalia Moore on strike. Floated up again from Maqsood, driven this time between extra cover and backward point to Kate Kopak at deep cover, right on the rope in front of the pavilion down there. To the right as I look at it from the Sir Alistair Cook end in the commentary box. Flatter again this time and pushed into the offside. Straight back in the end to Maqsood. McDonald-Gay unable to find a gap there. A bit more loop this time, and McDonald-Gay again just pads that one. Pats it back towards Maqsood, the bowler. Just one run from the first 4 balls here. Full start this time from Maqsood. Targeting the stumps this time from Maqsood, and McDonald-Gay looked to give herself a little bit of room, but could only find Smale at extra cover. Another dot ball. Into the offside. This time they do squeeze through for a single. Smale fields well round to her left. It ends the 26th over, 121 for 6. With McDonald-Gay and Kalia Moore at the crease now. Just looking to rebuild as much as anything else. One thing that's been really good so far from Essex, and it's shown with the number or the lack of extras that they've given away so far today. Just 4 wides, plus a couple buys, couple leg buys, 8 extras in total. And yeah, it's been really, really impressive how consistent they've managed to be. Just finding their line and their length outside off stump and not offering any freebies to Surrey. We saw earlier this season when they had Warwickshire 22 for 5 and really, really good position. They would just let them slide back into the game with quite a few extras in the end. I think about 40 probably in total. Whereas today, again there you saw from McGregor, these first 2 deliveries are a great example of that, but it's been the whole team really. Start at the top with Gray and Kopak. They've probably been 2 of the more loose bowlers alongside McGregor going at 4.5s, 5s. But the spinners have been really, really tight. That one's straight on the money again, fielded by McGregor. Yeah, Sophia Smale, 5 overs, 1 for 19, and Abtaha Maqsood, 6 overs, 1 for 25. Both going at about 4s. They've just helped keep Surrey penned in. If they were another 50 runs on the board here and going at 5.5, 6s, it'd be a different story. So that one's flicked really nicely into the leg side. Going to push for 2 here, you think. Thoughts of it, but I think almost hit too well in the end there. And fielded by Kopak out on the rope. That one flew off the bat though from McDonald Gay. Really nice shot. We know she can bat. Already mentioned she made a couple 20 so far this season. Defended by Clear Moore, who also 24 she made against Lancashire. Good partnership. Added a few runs alongside, I already said, McDonald Gay in that game. Also made 90 not out in her first game of the season against Hampshire. Surrey's second game where they won by 50 runs. And a pretty handy 10 against the Blaze, where every run counted in that tied game. A bit of width offered, slightly uppish, just beats Abtaha Maqsood at backward point. They'll come back for 2. It's fielded well down there from McLeod on the boundary. Thoughts of 3 there from McDonald Gay, but they're going to have to settle for 2 in the end. Ends the over. Another really good over from McGregor. Just a few from it in the end. Just 3. 2 of which came from that final delivery. Essex on the hunt here for just their second win of the season. They won at home here against Lancashire, winning by 5 wickets. A really good win. Jodie Grucock for normal 73 not out. Alongside Lissy McLeod 45 and Flo Miller made 40 odd as well. That was just tapped down the ground for a single. But otherwise they've lost to Durham twice, lost to Warwickshire, Somerset, the Blaze and Hampshire. As well as, probably most disappointingly and frustratingly, over the weekend to Yorkshire in the T20 Cup. Floated up by Maqsood, and that's driven through the offside. First boundary in a while there for Surrey. Kalia Moore with a gorgeous cover drive. Pierces the gap, bisects the 2 fielders there in the covers perfectly. And that brings up the first boundary for a good few overs off the bowling of Abtaha Maqsood. But straight to full toss, swept nicely from Kalia Moore. They're going to push for 2 here, are they? Could be thought a bit of a mix-up, maybe? No, better throw, and it would have been really close, you'd think. Possibly even to the bowler's end. Kalia Moore was clear she wanted the 2 in her mind. It was actually McDonald Gay running to the non-striker's end, the non-danger ends, who hesitated for a fraction of a second there. That was turned into the leg side. Single again there. It's good running, a really good over this time. Prolific over so far from Surrey. Driven back down the ground, dot ball. Yeah, that was the first boundary in about 8 overs couple deliveries ago from Kalia Moore. Really nice cover drive. Already discussed that both her and McDonald Gay can bat. McDonald Gay just looks to try and work that one into the gap at mid-on for a single, but well round from Eva Gray, stops the single. 8 runs from the over in the end, 132 for 6. So we're just trying to work this partnership together. Have to try and just work in small little bite sizes here. Little segments. Try and get to the 30th over. The 150 mark. The 35th over. The 40th over. Just break things down into small digestible segments for these two here. Moore and McDonald Gay. Moore pushes that one into the offside. Scampers through for another quick single. They've done that well so far today. Full and straight and driven, but straight to Scrivens at mid-off. Scrivens, who's been in terrific form this season. She made back-to-back tons earlier on in the One-Day Cup. 120 not out against the Blaze and 101 against Hampshire, as well as 50 against Warwickshire earlier on in the season. That was driven again, bit of wrist this time from McDonald Gay, but can only pick out Sophia Smale at short extra cover. She made 25 against Durham, did Scrivens. 32 against Lancashire, 27 against Somerset. But did fall for a duck against Yorkshire. That was pushed into the offside to Scrivens again. The skipper. Yeah, she's only failed to pass or to reach 25 once in the Metro Bank One-Day Cup so far this season. Super consistent and was actually probably a little bit unlucky to miss out, you'd have to think, on the England squads that were announced a couple of days ago. Full and straight from McGregor. Dab down the ground again from McDonald Gay to Scrivens. She's been in on the action a lot this over so far. You think Emma Lamb, who's been flying at the top of the run scoring charts this season, but actually Scrivens not far behind in at second place. That was pushed a bit squarer this time through the offsides for McDonald Gay. 1 run added to her total. She moves on to 5. 134, sorry, move on to. 6 down as well. Yeah, I say not far behind. About 150 behind in the end. 150 behind Scrivens is than Lamb. But she is second. You think Scrivens would have been probably one of the favourites to come into the England squad had Lamb not been in such good form this season. I actually spoke to Emma Lamb earlier on, a few weeks ago now, talking about how she made the first 100 of this new professional county era. She's coming off the back of back surgery earlier on last year. That was hit down the ground firmly, 1 bouncing out to Lissy McLeod from McDonald Gay. Yes, it's great to see Emma Lamb back in the runs, back in the England setup as well. She played about 10 or 15 games for England. As Moore pushes that one into the offside this time. No run. Floated up and defended, this time from Moore. I guess the other option England could look to do is open with Amy Jones. She's done it pretty well so far for the Blaze. That one sweeps round the corner. They're going to push for two here, I think. It's Clearmore. She'll make it back pretty comfortably. It's clever batting there. Notices the gap round the corner. Arona Dowles is in there at short fine leg, but Moore sweeps just to the side of Dowles. That was pushed into the offside this time. 1 run. Again to Clearmore's total. On to 16 now. Just the Surrey all-rounder. Aborted there from Maqsood's. There are a few other games happening around the country in the One Day Cup. I'll talk you through at the end of this ball, the end of the over. That was pushed into the offside. Will be a single. No, they're going to push for two here, I reckon. They will make it as well. Well fielded on the rope there. From, I think that's Kate Kopak. Does well. Coming round from cover. Sorry, 140 now. 30 overs in. Still 6 down. This would often be a time, you think, where they might look to try and explode. But being 6 down, they haven't really got the luxury of any wickets in hand. And these two got to make it, you'd think, at least to the 40th over, sorry. And then maybe they can start to think about pushing. Eva Gray returns to the attack. And yeah, I was just saying, there's a few other games happening around the country. Lancashire, 128 for 2 after 28 overs. They're playing Durham in Blackpool. Emma Lamb, already talking about how well she's going this season. She's currently 75 not out. Absolutely flying, scoring over half the runs there in Blackpool. So that was pushed into the offside. Dot ball first up for Eva Gray. And then Warwickshire. They are down in Arundel Castle, playing Hampshire. Currently 113 for 6. A pretty tricky position again. Similar here to Surrey. But they do have a very strong tail. That was another dot ball there. Very informed tail at that as well. Abby Freeborn batting down the order, having opened up for a lot of the season so far. She's made 46 not out. Currently batting with Caris Pavley, 6 not out. Full and straight again and defended again. More perhaps getting a little bit frustrated. Yeah, Warwickshire were 38 for 4 at one stage. 62 for 5. And 93 for 6. They'll be looking to rebuild, similar to Surrey, you think. Shorter this time and pulled away nicely. Times that well. Does Kalia Moore, but just picks out Kate Kopak out there on the deep square leg boundary. And yeah, tomorrow the Blaze host Somerset down in Loughborough for the 4th and final game of this round. Single there for McDonald Gay. Use the table in be a very interesting position here if after these round of fixtures, or what could happen after these round of fixtures. Full and straight and flicked into the leg side. Another single there. Rotated the strike well of these two within the partnership so far. End of the over. 143 for 6. 3 runs come from that. Eva Gray over. And she's back into the attack. Yeah, there's starting to be a little bit of a gap at the top, you'd think. Hampshire and Lancashire have both won 5 games each. Hampshire, though, have also got a tie in there in that opening round, where they drew to Warwickshire, or tied to Warwickshire, I should say. And then the Blaze and Somerset have 4 wins apiece, but the Blaze also have a tie in there against Surrey. Floated up from McSood and past the outside edge there, just grips the fraction, and Moore just trying to sort of fend that one into the offside as much as anything else. That was pushed into the offside. Again into the offsides. Interesting to see a wagon wheel. There's a lot of runs coming through backward point at the moment, or kind of point and the covers and that vacant region there. You can see Esme McGregor fielding in there at backward point, and then Sophia Smale pretty straight at extra cover. That one again into the same region for another single. Just clever batting, but so far by Kalia Moore and Rihanna McDonald-Gay so far. Just able to manipulate the fields, scoring sensibly without any risks. That was the inside edge there, I think, though, into the leg side. They'll push for 2 here. No. Opt not to take the second in the end. Floated up again and pushed out to Smale extra cover. 32 overs gone, 147 for 6. Essex got off to almost as good a start as you could have hoped for. Dismissing Phoebe Franklin in the first over, Eva Gray, and then she picked up another big wicket of Priyanaz Chatterjee. The back end of the power play as well. She made 21, did Chatterjee. Then Amy Hunter fell for 29 off 29. Before Davidson Richards and Kira Chatley combined for 40 odds as a partnership. Chatley then fell to caught and bowled off Abtaha Maqsood, and Jones was run out in the same over. Oh, and that one just skips past the outside edge. A little bit of movement still on offer here for Eva Gray. And then only a couple overs later did Alice Davidson Richards fall as well for 32. That was the big turning point. Surrey fell from 112 for 3 to 117 for 6. McDonald-Gay and Kalia Moore have added a few now together so far. They're going to add a few more here. That one's tickled fine off the pad there. Going to go all the way to the rope, it will indeed. And that's a first boundary, I think, there for Rihanna McDonald-Gay. Just tickled that one finally off her pads. That brings up the 150 for Surrey as well. 32.2 overs. Just shy of 2 hours Surrey have been going for at the moment. Into the leg side, turned away. Quick single there. And yeah, pick of the bowlers so far has been Eva Gray, probably, with 2 big wickets early on, 2 for 29. But wickets as well for Smale, Maqsood and McGregor. Dabbed into the offside, no run. Yeah, Smale 1 for 19, McGregor 1 for 31, and Maqsood 1 for 43. She only has 1 over left in her set of 10. She's bowled very, very well so far. I'm going to scamper through for a quick single there. Clearmore back onto her toes and just drops her feet to get through. She's on to 21 now. 21 off 33. Donald Gay looks to try and force that one down the ground, but to no avail. Dot ball to end the over, 153 for 6. Good over there in the end. For Surrey. These two slowly coming together to keep applying pressure, keep building. Rebuilding even. And yeah, just a reminder that if you want to get in touch today, find me on Twitter and Instagram and TikTok as well with @TReynolds_sport. Or feel free to comment in the live stream. I'm trying to keep an eye on any comments coming through as well. That was pushed into the offside by Moore. Into the offside again, this time from McDonald Gay, but another dot ball. That's been phenomenal bowling from Essex's spinners in particular, but the bowling attack generally as well. Driven nicely down the ground. It will be a single. Maksud unable to get there to stop the ball. She's gone for just 45 so far from her 9.5 overs. 3 balls now though. Can she get out of the attack with much more damage to her figures? That was pulled in front of square. Thoughts of 2, but Moore actually hits that one too nicely again. Out to Joe Gardner at deep mid-wicket. 2 balls to come now and Maksud's over. Driven there into Sophia Smale. She stops that. Possibly a little bang on the knee. She's getting up a little bit gingerly, but I think she's okay. Final ball of Maksud's spell of 10 here. Flatter, shorter and pushed into the offside. They'll come back for 2 here. Good fielding on the rope there from Kate Kopak, stops the 4. And that brings to the end a brilliant display of leg spin from Abtaha Maksud. 10 overs bowled, no maidens, 1 wicket, and just 48 runs in the end. 25 dots along the way, and just 4 boundaries from it as well. She's bowled really, really well, not just today, but all season actually.
Coming on at the Sunrise to cook in, number 29, Grace Scriven.
That was her 7th wicket of the season today she picked up. And the end of her does mean the beginning of a new bowler. Grace Scrivens, the skipper, coming into the attack now. Bit of off spin. Just trying to do something a little bit different, shake things up. That was just dabbed back to Scrivens first up. 158 for 6, sorry, after 34 overs. That one swept nicely there. Kind of pulled almost, a Bit of a hybrid into the leg sides. 1 run, Clearmore. Dot ball there. Looks to go down the ground as McDonald Gay, but fielded well from Scrivens. McGregor just dropping out from mid-on down to long-on. Oh, and that one's a little bit more bounce. Just gets a bit big on McDonald Gay there. She looks to try and slash that one through the offside, but just misses the top edge. Well taken by Amara Carr. Not had a huge amount to do behind the stumps today, but pretty tidy generally. Another dot ball there, just down the ground. Slashed again down the ground, but doesn't time it, does McDonald Gay, and Scrivens gets away with just 1 run from her first over. Good start for the skipper. 157 for 6. 159 for 6, sorry. "35 overs gone." And yeah, a really good start there for Grace Scrivens. Just crucially not allowing Surrey to find any easy runs with that over. I think more importantly, they're stopping boundaries. Just been the 1 boundary in probably the last 10 overs, I want to say. Maybe a couple boundaries, actually. We'll see Kate Kopak return. Just 2 boundaries in the last 17 overs, I think. Essex have smothered Surrey spectacularly. Kate Kopak in now, though. Targets the stumps, targets the pads, and we will get a single for it. Eva Gray loops round to field. More on to 25 now. McDonald Gay on 19. Short and wide and slash that one. Another boundary there, finally. Just the 3rd in the last 15 overs for Surrey. McDonald Gay just smashes that one down the ground, gets on top of it, and manages to beat the dives of Sophia Smale and Grace Scrivens at mid-off and extra cover. 2 short, 2 wide from Kate Kopak, and Surrey pick up a boundary. Driven again this time. Could be another boundary. It is indeed. Times that one spectacularly, does McDonald Gay. Back-to-back boundaries now for Surrey. 2 short that first one from Kopak and 2 full that second one. Brings up the 50 partnership as well. 51 runs, 67 balls. Clearmore's made 24 of them, and McDonald Gay 27. After smashing 8 from the last 2 balls. Just caught Clearmore up in this over. That one's off the outside edge. Gonna just drift down to Maqsood at deep 3rd man, but does rotate the strike. Brings Clearmore back on as well. 10 from the first 4 deliveries here. Could this be the over that just brings Surrey back into it? Full and straight, and Moore just defends that one. Turned into the leg side for a good single. They're going to push here. They will come back for a second. Could be tight. Well run in the end again there. 12 from the over. Big over there for Surrey. Just starting to rebuild. They have been rebuilding and starting to turn that rebuild into a big partnership. 50 partnership up in that last over as well. 171 for 6. 36 overs gone now. You can see Scrivens having a bit of a chat with Eva Gray, her vice captain. They have to try and come up with a plan here to try and break this partnership. Something Essex have struggled with quite a lot this season. Lower order runs against them. They did it well against Lancashire actually, who started well and then kind of collapsed in a bit of a heap. That one just gets a bit big there on McDonald Gay, but she does well to slice that one down through third man. Pick up 2 for it. That was just towed into the offside. Looks to try and pull that one. Does McDonald Gay, but can't quite free her arms there to connect. Scrivens just assessing here. Shorter and flatter and pushed into the offside. Another single. 174 for 6. Still just shy of 15 overs to go now. So we're going to have to keep building this partnership together. Use of feet slightly off the outside edge though, and could be tight for a run out. No, sensibly home in the end. More look to try and come at Scrivens here and hit down the ground straight. But instead finds the outside half of the bat and just trickled down to Maqsood back there at short third man. That was short and pulled into the leg side, but yeah, again, McDonald Gay can't free her arms, and that brings the over to an end. 4 runs from it, 175 for 6. Just a bit of water being run on now for the 2 batters. Been out there for a long time. Partnership slowly starting to add up, and it could be the bane of Essex here. Going for about 13 overs, this partnership. Yeah, just over 50 odd runs from it. Kate Kopak will continue now from the Graham Gooch end. Just a reminder, Essex won the toss and decided to bowl, sending Surrey in, and started really well. So they managed to get Surrey 117 for 6 at one stage, just before the drinks break. But these two now have batted for just over 13 overs, put on over 50. Starting to put the brakes on Essex. That was just chipped down the ground nicely. It's going to be another boundary. Times that one really well, does Kalia Moore. Rocking onto the front foot and beating the dive of Lissy McLeod at mid-on. Kate Kopak has been pretty expensive with her return into the bowling attack. I wouldn't be surprised if this is her last over of the spell. It's only her second over, but she went for 12 in her previous. Starts with a boundary in this one here. That one's a little bit more outside off. Moore pushes that one into the offside. Drops into the offside. Could be a mix-up. No. Oh, and a bit of a misfield there from Kate Kopak. Well done there, though, from Amara to gather. $179 for 6. 3 balls into this Kate Kopak over. She's recovered well after a boundary from the first ball. Slower ball there, full. Just tucked into the leg side. It's going to push for 2, but they'll just settle for 1. Brings up the 180 as well. Shorter this time from Kopak, and McDonald Gay just ducks under it. One for the over as well, signalled by the umpire. Slow ball this time from Kopak, and shy at the stumps there from Smale. But they're through for a quick single again. Ends the 38th over, 181 for 6 now. Moore and McDonald Gay both into the 30s. Scrivens will continue now from the Sir Alistair Cook end. McDonald Gay 32 or 46. Clearmore 33 or 45. This has been the most important partnership to Surrey by quite a long way. Chatterjee and Hunt have made about 40. So did Chatley and Davidson Richards, but partnership now into the 60s. Short and punched down the ground nicely. 1 run added to Surrey's total there. Cut away there into the offsides. Just 1 run again. Something he needs to have done really, really well. It's just rotating the strike nice and simply. Bit shorter from Scrivens and smashed down the ground, but well fielded by the captain. Smashed down the ground again there, but fielded this time by Sophia Smale. Short again from Scrivens, just driven into the pitch, and McDonald Gay unable to beat the bowler. $50 balls now McDonald Gay's faced. Important so far for Surrey. She turns that one into the leg side, through for a single again. Just 3 runs again from Scrivens over. She's been bowling really, really economically so far. 8 runs from her first 3 overs. Essex 184 for 6. Kate Kopak will continue actually. It's her 3rd over in this spell. Shorter this time and pulled away nicely from McDonald Gay. Just down to long leg. Slight misfield down there. Going to come back for a second there. Disappointing there from Esme McGregor. Slash this time through the offside by McDonald Gay. Single for trouble as well, fielded by Joe Gardner out there in front of the pavilion. Pulled round the corner. Could beat Maddie Blinkhorn down there. No, she's... Oh, McGregor, sorry, he's ran well for that. And they managed just for 1 in the end. Just 3 balls remain in this over. 40th over. I think Surrey might start thinking about pushing on. Smashed back down the ground. Well fielded from Kate Kopak there. It's hit firmly back at her from McDonald Gay. She was down well. This McLeod now dropping back out to the long on boundary from mid on. They're bringing up third man into the ring now. That was pushed into the offside, but no run for it. Turned into the leg sides, but straight to Eva Gray. Ends the 40th over there, 188 for 6. Just 10 overs remaining now, and with both McDonald Gay and Moore, you'd think set, both in the 30s, both going along nicely, both hitting a few, or have hit a few really nice shots. It would be starting to become the time where they might look to put a bit of pressure back on the bowlers rather than just settling for singles, but they are scoring pretty freely, generally, and there isn't a huge amount of batting below them. Alexa Stonehouse, Danny Gregory and Tilly Courtine Coleman. Stonehouse more than capable of batting. The other two yet to really put on any big displays with the bat. We'll see Sophia Smale back into the attack now. She bowled really well her first 5. So that was driven nicely, fraction full, and actually guided perfectly behind square. Boundary there for Kalia Moore. Just opens up the face of the bat and slices that one through backward point for 4 runs. Maddie Blinkhorn-Jones is pretty square, or in front of square even, on the cover boundary. And Moore does really well there, excellently, to just guide that one past Abtaha Maqsood. She looks to do the same there, but this time picks out the leg spinner. Moore on to 39. Drives again, this time into a vacant cover region. Scrivens, the skipper, comes round to field. Moore on to 40 now. Brings McDonald Gay back onto strike as well. Couple sweepers out on the leg sides. In front of the pavilion. One pretty straight as well at long on. That was pushed into the offside again. Thoughts of 2. They're pretty quick between the grounds. Slight hesitation and they settle for the single. Both stutter a fraction and rightfully so. Returns to their respective ends. That one's sliced again by Kalia Moore really nicely. Backward a point. They're going to come back for 2. Doesn't quite time that one as well. And doesn't quite get it as fine. She's on to 42 now. It's a really nice shot. Good manipulation of the field. And it's forcing Grace Scrivens to bring Lissy McLeod around from mid-wicket to short third man and allowing Abtaha Maqsood to move to backward point. This one a bit fuller from Smale. Bit quicker, bit fuller. Disappointed with that over, I think, in the end. 8 from it. 196. Sorry, move on to now. Still 6 down. Just 9 overs remain in their innings. And these two have done excellently to help guide their side up to, well, near 200 now. And it's definitely a defendable total. Essex have struggled with the bat a little bit this season. They only managed to pass 200s on one occasion, I think. 2 occasions, sorry. When they beat Lancashire, they managed to chase down 230. And also when they lost to Hampshire by just 17 runs. They made just over 250 actually there. Scrivens 101. And also they made 231 as well against the Blaze, sorry. Scrivens yet again a 120. I think that's going to be the key really, is Scrivens at the top of the order alongside Lissy McLeod. They've put together a few good opening partnerships. I think in a big chase that would be useful as well. Not struck on the pad there. First up for McGregor. Big appeals around the field, but neither bowler nor keeper goes up. Just tailing down the leg sides. McGregor continues. Shorter, slower ball this time, and McDonald Gay unable to cash in. It's McGregor's 8th over here. Should have 2 more after it. Also got 2 more from Kate Kopak and another 3 from Eva Gray. Plus Sophia Smale, who just returned to the attack last over, has 4. She thinks she might bowl at least a few more. And Scrivens has only bowled 3 overs, but it means at least one of the bowlers won't have to bowl their full allocation. That was pushed into the offside. Could be tight for a run out. Direct hit would have been close, but Scrivens misses narrowly. And actually McDonald Gay would have been home safe in the end as well. Just a hit and run there. to rotate the strike for Surrey. Clearmore pulls that one nicely into the leg side. They're going to come back for two. Blinkhorn-Jones gets around well to field that, and they'll have to settle for just the two in the end. No boundary. Didn't quite get a hold of that one. Did Clearmore, who's on 44. That time into the offside, just dabs that one for another simple single. It's what these two have just done so well. It brings up the 200 as well for Surrey. 41.5 overs. Almost 2.5 hours as well. Short and pulled up in the air. It's just going to fly over the heads of Eva Gray at short mid wicket, and instead Blinkhorn-Jones comes round to field again. She's been in the action quite a lot so far, fielding out there on the leg side boundary. 202 for 6. Surrey find themselves going along nicely again. Clearmore 45, not out, off 54. McDonald-Gay 41 off 61. These two near the 100 partnership as well. 15 shy at the moment. Sophia Smail will continue with her left arm finger spin. Went for, I think, about 8 in our last over. She was disappointed with. That was defended back to her. She'll be much happier with that there. But before that, she'd gone from barely any from her opening 5 overs. That one's reverse swept nicely around the corner. They'll be through for a single as well. Straight to Maqsood's. But more innovatively turning over the strike. That one's off the inside edge into the leg side there from McDonald-Gay. Definitely not been an easy pitch today, looking pretty green as well. Slashed into the offside, but fraction high on McDonald-Gay's bat, and she's unable to beat Scrivens at extra cover. That one's just flicked nicely out to deep square leg. Dot ball there, sorry, single from it. Full toss and smashed down the ground, put down by Smail. That was the opportunity there for Essex to get themselves back into the game with this partnership slowly creeping up here, and Smail will be extremely disappointed with that. Generally a very good fielder. Hit really firmly back at her. But a pretty nice catching height as well. 204 for 6. Just 2 runs from that Smail over, and the wicket would have been a cherry on top. But instead, these two are allowed to continue acquiring, continue accumulating. They edge closer again to their 100 partnership. McDonald-Gay 42, Clearmore 46. Esme McGregor will continue with her seam. 7 overs remain in the innings. Currently 2 sweepers out on the leg side at fine leg and deep forward square leg, as well as sweeper out on the off and along on as well. That was short and down the leg side. Marikar gets a glove to it, but they'll get through for the single. He's only able to parry that one up in the air. Wayward bouncer there from McGregor. She'll have to re-bowl that one. And it's one for the over as well. Turned into the leg side this time. I'm going to push for two. They're going to come back for it. Could be tight with a good throw here. And that could be gone. No, she's just home, I think. Looks pretty confident at Essex, but Kalia Moore quick across the ground, back for 48. Replay will be really interesting to see here. Does she manage to make it home in the end? Marikar's quick glove work there. Oh, that's really, really close. Hard to see on the replay there. I think the umpire gets it right, just about. That was Moore into the leg side again. Times that one nicely. Just one from it though. Blinkhorn-Jones gets a body behind it well. Donald Gay facing up now. Slower ball this time by McGregor, but brilliantly fielded from Smale. Gets down really well and actually picks that up in one motion as well. They do get through for the single, bringing Kalia Moore back onto strike here. Oh, and that's Majestic there from, well, Majestic Moore's 50 in the end, but tricky. Just off the inside edge for Kalia Moore. 60 balls in the end for Kalia Moore, and this partnership crucial with Rihanna McDonald-Gay has really kept Surrey in this game. They were struggling hugely. 117 for 6 at one stage, just before drinks. 24 and a bit over Zim. That one slashed through the leg sides. They're going to pick up 2 from it. Better throw, and I think it could have been tight for a run out, but Moore retains the strike again, 53. And again into the leg sides. Picks the gap though, and that will be 4. Brilliant there from Moore to bring up. I think that's their 100 partnership as well. It is 101 runs for 118 balls. Kalia Moore makes 56 of them. McDonald-Gay 43. That's a lovely shot there. Just picks the gap perfectly. Blinkhorn-Jones is quite a long way in front of square. Taha Maksud, pretty regulation fine leg. Kalia Moore finds the gap between them both. Pick up another boundary. 218 for 6. 14 from that over. Sophia Smale will continue now from the Salis Cook end. Shorter this time, and that's punched out into the leg sides. Timed nicely by McDonald-Gay, but straight to Joe Gardner out there. They just get the one for it. That one smashed down the ground again. One bounce and well fielded though in the end from Esme McGregor. It's pretty hard to see her here. We've got the stands just in front of us blocking Long on. Dropped into the leg side. Thoughts of a single, but Sophia Smales on it quickly. Use of feet up in the air. Oh, and Scrivens, I think, drops back a yard or two, thinking that might go over her head before it just dies on her completely. Sliced massively there from Moore. And that time into the leg sides. Just backs away and gives herself some room. More onto 60 now, after a recent flurry of boundaries. She goes again, it's going to be up in the air, but safe, doesn't get a hold of it, and they'll be back for a single. Just sort of cloths that one out towards deep mid-wicket. Falls quite a long way short, just landing on the ring. Too wide for Lissy McLeod. And 2-2-4. Surrey end up on 45 overs in. 5 overs to go.
Back into the attack, number 10, Eva Gray.
Eva Gray now returning to the Essex attack. You'd assume she'll bowl her remaining 3 overs in a row now from the Graham Gooch ends. Probably with Kate Kopak or possibly even Sophia Smale actually continuing from the Sir Alistair Cook ends. The 2 remaining overs down here. Gray in now. Slow ball first up and nails the Yorker. Moore can only just dig that one out. But a dot ball to start for Eva Gray. Across the stumps there from Moore, and innovative, brings up a glorious boundary there. Clever, clever batting from Kalia Moore. Notices the gap there at fine leg, gets across her stumps and just scoops it over her shoulder. Onto 65 she goes. Starting to show us a whole array of shots that she has in her locker. This time down the grounds. Just for one, you'd think, though, yes. Lissy McLeod attacks it well. Less than 5 overs remaining, you think McDonald, Gay and Moore are going to just try and go big here as much as they can. Keep rotating the strike, but pick up as many boundaries and just push their score to an even trickier chase for Essex. Slash down the grounds. Brings up the 230 as well. Currently the highest chase Essex have managed. They did also make 2-3-1 against the Blaze, batting first, and also fell 17 runs short of Hampshire's 273. So they have passed 250 this season, but just once. I'm sure that's what Surrey will be looking to target now. Be very impressive if they do manage to get there, having been 117 for 6. Smashed into the leg side, up in the air, could be gone. It is, good take there. Joe Gardner takes a very good catch under the high ball out there at deep mid-wicket. Eva Gray picks up her third. Clearmore goes for a very well made 66. A very important 66 to try and boost Surrey to a defendable total. 230 for 7 they are now. But a very, very good knock from Clearmore. 5-4s alongside it. 66 coming off 70 balls. She's just caught up really, really well there, having just dug in early on alongside McDonald Gay. Which was definitely the right thing to do. That's a 25, over 25 overs, almost 30 overs to go when she first came to the crease. Replacing Emma Jones, batted with Alice Davidson-Richards for a couple overs and then put on that monster partnership with Rihanna McDonald-Gay. Alexa Stonehouse now comes out off the back of a few good performances. 32 not out against the Blaze in Surrey's most recent one-day cup match. 32 not out right at the end. Took them to a tie. A rapid 32 not out. That's exactly what Surrey we're hoping she can do now. Slow ball from Gray first up and just pushed into the offsides. Ends the over. 230 for 7 now. Bang on, 5 and over. And I'm sure they'll be looking to try and get to that 250 mark. Will Surrey, that wicket Clearmore will hurt them a little bit. But they've definitely still got an opportunity with Rihanna McDonald-Gay still at the crease. 46 she is at the moment, off 68. To try and push that one and force that one into the offsides, but doesn't get a hold of it, does McDonald-Gay. This time she does though, forcing that one down the ground, leg side this time though. Into 47 she moves. Down the leg side, possibly, yeah, take wide given there. Doesn't quite get a tickle of the pads or anything. We'll have to re-bowled. Into the offside, tight single here. Could be close. Home safe in the end for Stonehouse. Big swing there from Stonehouse. Looks to try McDonald-Gay. Looks to try and smash that one down the ground. Short again, and that one's sent out and almost taken by Jo Gardner, but 6 in the end there from Rihanna McDonald-Gay. Takes her to her 50 as well. 72 balls she takes to get there. Really mature innings from the England international with some explosive power throughout. That's 6 as well. Takes her to 53. Only just clears Jo Gardner on the rope out there though. She sweeps well this time. They're going to get through for a single. Stonehouse back on strike. Actually keeps McDonald-Gay on strike. 240 for 7. End of the over there. 3 overs to go. I think they'll be pretty confident of 250 now, Surrey, after good over that last one. 10 from it. A lot of chat going on now. Eva Gray and Grace Scrivens, vice captain and captain here at Essex, but also the two batters having a little chat, I'm sure, about areas to target, ways to score, where can they get twos, where can they get singles, just to turn over the strike when needed. Slash down the grounds. Going to push for 2, I think. Going to come back? No, they won't. Doesn't quite fully connect as McDonald Gay, but gets enough on it that it races out to McLeod. There's quite a big gap between McLeod at long on and I think that's Joe Gardner at deep mid-wicket. So there's definitely opportunities for 2 if they can try and find that gap, if not 4 if they get enough of it. Slow ball, slightly chipped into the leg sides. I think they'll just take a single, bring McDonald Gay back onto strike. They do. Other fielders out there, they've got a deep square leg and a sweeper on the offside. Kate Kopak, who you saw field there. But both behind square inside the ring. Ariana Dowes and Abtahar Maqsood. Attacking the stumps again from Gray. She might have to field that herself. No, Lissy McLeod's attacking that one. They're going to come back for 2, though. Well run there. Really well run from the Surrey pair. And it brings, most importantly, McDonald Gay back on strike. Four from the first 3 here. Down the leg side, wide ball. Good take, really good take though from Amara Carr. She's had a very tidy game, but generally all season she's been phenomenal behind the stumps. Down the ground, straight to Scrivens, no run. Clever bowling there from Gray. I think pace off it again. Been a lot of pace off it generally this over. But with the 2 fielders at third man and fine leg inside the ring, it's a big risk to bowl pace on. All it takes is a thin edge, tickle down the leg side and going to race away for 4. Pace off again, up in the air, could be taken here. Dowes there under it with a good catch. Essex will be happy to see the back of Rihanna McDonald-Gay, who goes for 57. Already mentioned how mature an innings it was, and that partnership with Kalia Moore, crucial for Surrey as they look to try and push past 250 now. 245 for 7. McDonald-Gay goes for 57 in the end, off 77. 3 fours and a big 6 over Cow Corner as well. There has generally been some good batting wickets here at Chelmsford, but 250 will be a challenging chase here for Essex. Danny Gregory, the leg spinner, comes out to the crease now to join Alexa Stonehouse. These were the 2 heroes down in Beckenham that managed to get Surrey level with the Blaze. Both teams finished on 346 for 9 after their 50 overs. It was a tied game. Slow ball again and just pushed into the offside. Going to get through for the single. That ends Gray's over. 2-4-6 for 8. And McDonald-Gay goes in that over. Sorry, 2-4-5 for 8. Phoebe Franklin, the first to fall today. She made 0 for Chatterjee 21. Amy Hunter, runnable 29. Before Alice Davidson-Richards and Kira Chatley partnered well, made about 40 together. Davidson-Richards lasted a little bit longer, with Chatley falling for 25 before Emma Jones has run out in the same over. Davidson-Richards then fell for 32. And the big partnership, dot ball first up, big partnership between Kalia Moore and Rihanna McDonald-Gay. They added over 100 in the end between them. Kalia Moore 66 off 70 and McDonald-Gay 57 off 77. Could be a bit of a mix-up there. Could be tight run out. No, she's home safe there in the end. Good running in the end there from Surrey. Everyone a little bit confused, I think, what happened there. Bit slow perhaps in the gather and the throw back in from Essex. Lissy McLeod in there at mid-wicket. Through for another quick single. And again, a slightly wayward throw means Amara Carr unable to take the stumps or at least put pressure on the running between the wickets. Pretty kamikaze so far from Stonehouse and Gregory. And Gregory cuts that one into the offside. They're going to push for 2 here, I think. Gregory realising I think she'd have been quite a long way out had they set off for the second there. Just settles for a single. 2 balls remain in the penultimate over here. That one's just smashed down the ground. Take the single and bring up the 250 with that as well. Surrey have done excellently to bring that up. 48.5 overs in. 1 ball remain in this over. But at one stage to be 117 for 6 to bring the 250 up. Brilliant display of batting. It could be a stumping opportunity. Or was it? No, turned down by the umpire there. Ends the over with a dot ball though, does Smale. Ends her spell with a dot ball. That's her 10 overs bowled.
10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 49.
1 for 49 from her 10 overs. Very good set generally there. And we will see Eva Gray bowling the final over now. That's chipped over the head of backward point. It's going to be 4 runs there. Lovely shot by Alexa Stonehouse. Rocks onto the front foot and just carves that one over backward point for 4. Much needed boundary as well. Just keeps boosting Surrey's total. Great use of wrist to just flick that one over Esme McGregor at backward point. That one's up in the air though. Straight to McGregor. Settles under it and takes it. Another wicket there for Eva Gray. That's her 5th as well. Brilliantly bowled from the seamer. Her second 5-er of the season. Alexa Stonehouse back to the pavilion, but 5 for 47 from 9.2 overs. Still got the opportunity to pick up a 6th as well with the remaining 4 overs. Just nailed away with really good line and length generally.
Last batter in for Surrey.
from Eva Gray. Second five for the season, just one boundary. Tilly Courtine-Coleman into the crease now. Left arm finger spinner. Left-handed batter as well. 4 balls remain in the innings. Eva Gray on the hunt for her 6th now. Gone under the radar. That's her 5-fer with Surrey rebuilding and going on the offensive in the last 10, 15, 20 overs even. Offered a bit of width there. Perhaps too much width? No. Dot ball. Good take though from Amara Carr. Smash down the ground. They're going to set off for a single. Could be tight for a run out. Direct hit, I think, would have seen Courtine-Coleman gone. It's going to be close either way. She gets off strike though. Danny Gregory. 2 balls remain. 255 for 9, Surrey. They can reach 260 somehow. It's going to be a tricky chase either way though for Essex. Now it's chipped up over the bowler's head. They're going to get through probably just for 1 in the end. They're going to set back for a second, are they? No. Well fielded there from Sophia Smale. Contains them for just the 1. And now the final delivery of the innings. 260 still on the cards, but take something impressive here from Courtine-Coleman. Down the leg side though, wide. They're going to run through for a single as well. That's phenomenal running there from Danny Gregory. It was a good take by Amara Carr, and before she even knew it, Gregory was down the other end and back facing. Going to set off for just a single here, and that will conclude the innings. 259. Surrey make it 2 in the end. A really, really good total when you consider where they were at drinks. 117 for 6, 24.2 overs in. Essex will fancy themselves, I'm sure, if they can string together a few big partnerships. But it will be a very tricky chase for the Essex team, and will probably rely on a few big partnerships and probably Grace Scrivens, their skipper, to put in a big performance. He's made 2 big tons so far this season. That would be very, very important, you'd think, to help Essex chase down quite an imposing total after struggling early on in the innings. That is the innings break as well. We'll be back in half an hour with Essex looking to chase down 260 to win. And we'll see you in half an hour.
Kopak, 8 overs, no maidens, 0 for 47. Smale, 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 49. McGregor, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 51. Maxus, 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 48. And Scrivens, 3 overs, no maidens, 0 for 8. So Essex's target, 260. just a reminder, hot and cold food available in the Dug Insole Pavilion. Hot and cold drinks there as well. Drinking water also available from the bar for those with reusable bottles. Please refrain from entering the field of play during the game today. Toilet facilities are located inside and outside of the Dug Insole Pavilion. Accessible toilets there as well. If you would like to use the Faith and Reflection Room, that's in the Price Forge Graham Gooch Cricket Centre. We've also got the Sensory Room on site at the St Alistair Cook end of the ground. The Essex Cricket Store is also open in the blue area of the ground by the Dug Insole Pavilion. ready to go then for the Essex innings. Let's welcome back our umpires, Jack Chantry and Gabby Brown. And led by Captain Kira Chapley, please welcome Surrey women. And the two Essex batters, number 29, Grace Scrivens, and number 44, Lissy McLeod.
Hello and welcome back to the Ambassador Cruise Line ground here in Chelmsford for Surrey against Essex. Surrey managed to put on a really impressive 259 for 9 in the end, having been struggling at 117 for 6. And now it's Essex's turn to chase. 260 needed to win. Captain Grace Scrivens and Lissy McLeod at the crease for the home sides. And for Surrey, it looks like Alexa Stonehouse will take the new ball here from the Alistair Cook end. Just quickly about the previous innings, it was basically all down to Clea Moore and Rihanna McDonald-Gay. They put on over 100 as a partnership together after Surrey were 117 for 6. And they carried their side up to 230 before Moore fell for 66. And McDonald-Gay made 57 at the other end as well. A few other 20s and 30s around from their teammates, but in comes Stonehouse now. Bit of swing straight away and cut away for 4 runs. First up, first ball, Grace Scrivens just guides that one off the face of the bat behind point for 4. Glorious first shot there from the Essex captain. And exactly the start Essex needs with what will be their highest successful chase in the professional era. Just pushes that one, just 2 backward point this time. Surrey are a little bit lighter than perhaps they could have been a couple of days ago, with the England squads recently announced and the first game starting in just a few days. Just talking through their innings at the end of this over. That one's swinging away a little bit, angled in, and just finds the inside half of Grace Scrivens' bat, but she gets down the other end. Single for it. And yeah, the fact that they're missing 4 or 5 key players meant we saw a very different top order for Surrey. Priyana's Chatterjee, and Phoebe Franklin opened the batting, with Amy Hunter in at 3, before some more familiar names of Alice Davidson-Richards at 4, Kira Chatley 5, and then the young Emma Jones in at 6. And when Surrey were 6 down for very little, it was looking like it was going to be a challenging innings for them. Pulling straight, swinging back in though. Solid in defence though is Lissy McLeod. As I mentioned, a few 20s, a few 30s chipped in. Davidson Richard 32, Kira Chatley 25. Big swing from McLeod, but doesn't connect fully and just dribbles back to Stonehouse. And yeah, top of the order, Chatterjee made 21, and at number 3, Amy Hunter, a runnable 29. Looked fluent for that. On the bowling front, Eva Gray, pick of the bowlers, 5 for 52, her second 5 for the season. Oh, that was swinged back in massively between the bat and pad with a big booming drive for Lissy McLeod. She's a little bit lucky to escape there. The ball swinging back in a long, long way from the left armour. McLeod uses her feet, steps down a couple yards. Unable to connect though. That does bring the first over to a close. 5 without loss. Grace Scrivens, the Essex captain, scoring all 5 of those runs.
Opening the attack from the Graham Gooch end, number 29, Rihanna McDonald-Gay.
Rihanna McDonald-Gay taking the new ball from the Graham Gooch end. Kira Chatley just adjusting her field a little bit. Very much encouraging Scrivens to hit through the offside here. Slip and place catching and a third man as well. But a big gap at extra cover. If the ball's pitched up, I'm sure she'll look to take full advantage of that. That was just angled in at her fraction. Swinging the ball back in towards the left-hander is Rihanna McDonald-Gay. There are 4 fielders on the leg side as well. Short fine leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, all inside the ring, as well as a sweeper at deep backward square leg. That was down the leg side, wide signalled by the umpire. Another wide by McDonald-Gay. Yet to really find her line and length is the England international. And yet again down the leg side. Swinging away, or back into the left-hander a fraction, but actually means it ends up swinging away from the front pad of Grace Scrivens and down the leg side for Kira Chatley, the Surrey captain, to take. She captained the side in a 30-20 game in Beckenham a couple of days ago against Hampshire to emphatic 57-run victory. Down the leg side again, another wide from McDonald-Gay. 4 in a row now. And yeah, Chatley, who ended up making a phenomenal 95 off just 47, striking over 200. Just taking apart the Hampshire attack. She led her side to 237 for 7. Alice Capsey alongside her made 89. Scoring at just under 200 strike rate as well. That was turned into the leg side. Timed really, really well there by Scrivens. Going to go all the way to the rope for 4. Just rocks onto the front foot. And it flies off the bat over towards the pavilion. Down to my right. Gorgeous. Just simple flick off the leg. Giving no chance to fielder at backward square leg to get round and field that. Change here from McDonald-Gay. Going round the wicket now. Also, I think a bit of advice from Alice Davidson-Richards, one of the senior players here at Surrey. That one down the leg side again, though. It's really struggling. That's 5th wide of the over. Only 2 legal deliveries so far. That one's on the money though. That's much better from McDonald-Gay. Scrivens just settles for the dot ball, patting it down the ground towards mid-off. And again from McDonald-Gay, right in the block hole, and Scrivens can only dig that one out. Two balls still remain in the over. Scrivens again rocking onto the front foot, but not getting a hold of it, and McDonald-Gay just collecting the ball in her follow through. Just a reminder as well, there are 2 other games happening around the country as well within the One Day Cup. And again, that's a good finish there from McDonald-Gay. 9 from it in the over in the end. 14 without loss. Essex find themselves. Scrivens doing the bulk of the scoring. 9 not out off 9. And yeah, around the country as well, Durham are down in Lancashire. And also Hampshire host Warwickshire for some 50 over cricket. Lancashire made 239 from their 50 overs, and Durham's innings just getting underway at the moment, without any score on the board yet. 2 deliveries in, while Warwickshire made 243 for 7 down in Arundel. Currently innings break with Hampshire chasing. Short and cut away by McLeod, but straight to the fielder at backward point. Swinging back in again from Stonehouse. This is a really good spell from her in her second over now. She gave a bit too much width for Scrivens at the start of the last over, but since then has been very, very good. Very disciplined line and length. Bit of width off it this time though, and McLeod takes it up, finding just a single in the end, past the sprawling Emma Jones. That one's up in the air from Scrivens. She pivots on it, falls just short in the end of Danny Gregory down there at a fine leg. Doesn't attempt the catch in the end, pulls out and I think possibly just clips her on the way through. Scriven's a little bit lucky to escape there with the uppish pull shot. Stonehouse starting to create some opportunities now. That one's a little bit better on the top of off again. Scriven's just defends into the offsides. Into the leg side and Scriven tucks that one away nicely. Come back for two. Gregory Fields well down there at deep square leg. Worked away round from sort of a long leg. Quite a wide, fine leg round there. Brings the third over to an end. 19 without loss, Essex. We expect Essex's order below them there. There are a few players down at the moment. Jodie Grucock and Cordelia Griffiths both out with concussion, while Flo Miller is injured as well. Batted at 5 for most of the opening part of the season. That has seen the rise of Ariana Dowles, who made a really good 43 not out against Durham. We expect her to come in at number 3. That one's onto the pads this time for McLeod to help herself to another single. And as well as that, Maddie Blinkhorn-Jones debuted against Durham as well. Probably to come in at number 6, we'd assume, with Sophia Smell and Amara Carr filling in 4 and 5 between those two. That was sliced away nicely there from Scrivens. Could beat the fielder. Danny Gregory down there. No, she gets round well just in time to stop the boundary. Scrivens returns to the end though to pick up 2. Scrivens looks to try and cash in on one that looks a fraction wider, but McDonald Gay just gets the nip back in a fraction and Scrivens doesn't connect cleanly. Patted out to the covers from Scrivens. Straight to Alice Davidson-Richards. McDonald Gay has definitely started to hone in on the right line and length after spraying the ball over a little bit in the first over. Four wides, as well as a boundary for Scrivens. That one again, much better from McDonald Gay. Targeted in, angled back in at the left-hander, offering no width to Scrivens, who scores a lot of runs through backward point and third man. That one's into the pads, and Scrivens looks to turn that around the corner, but doesn't get enough on it. Dot ball to end McDonald Gay's second over there. 22 without loss. Just looking at the other games, Emma Marlowe already dismissed up in Blackpool. She went without scoring. But it was the Emma Lamb show with the bat for Lancashire. 84 she made before being bowled by Katie Levick. Seren Smale made 37 as well, and 24 for Kate Cross. Bit of width on offer here from Stonehouse, but McLeod struggles to get that one away. And yeah, in the end, Lancashire made 239 as they were bowled out with 2 balls to spare. Width again there from Stonehouse, and McLeod can only cut that one straight to Emma Jones. Pick of the bowlers up in the northwest. Phoebe Turner again with another 3 for. She had a brilliant start to the season. 3 for 41, and Maddie Villiers again. Another one up at Durham who's had a good start, took 3 for 39. Width again from McLeod this time. Slashes it, then get through for a single. Could be tight. Direct hit. She's gone. Scrivens has run out. A dangerous batter for Essex. Probably the most informed batter as well, has been run out after a brilliant piece of fielding from Alistair. No, from Emma Jones, that is, sorry. Phenomenal in there in the covers. Diving down, stops the ball. Lacey McLeod still calls her captain through for the single. And it was always going to be tight. Scrivens a little bit slow off the mark. A direct hit from Emma Jones sends Scrivens packing. That's a big, big wicket. Scrivens has been the batter in form for Essex. She's made 200s and a 50 so far this year, but won't be able to affect the game anymore from the field. Ariana Dowes, 24-year-old, coming to the crease now to join Lissy McLeod. As I've already mentioned, made a really good 43 not out against Durham in the second time Essex played them just a few days ago on Wednesday. Unfortunately, she ended up just running out of partners. Essex were bowled out for 178 in 41st over. Stonehouse in again now, and swings back in a lot again from Stonehouse. Another defensive shot there from Dowes. Ends not quite even, sorry. There's 1 ball left still in Stonehouse's 3rd over. Full and straight, and almost getting through Dowes' defences there. A lovely in-swinging Yorker from Stonehouse to finish her over. 22 for 1 now. And a wicket maiden with that as well from Stonehouse. Phenomenal from the left armour. Just didn't offer anything, any width on the money straight away for Ariana Dowes, and then big run out within that as well of Grace Scrivens. It's not gone well there for McDonald Gay. Just popped out of her hand as she was loading up to bowl there. She's had a really tough start. You can see there just rolling up her back almost. It's a really tricky place to be, this, for a bowler, and it's just not going how you want it to go. That's much better there from McDonald Gay. Full and straight, attacking Lissy McLeod stumps. Considering she's gone at sixes, McDonald Gay, she hasn't bowled badly. Just a lot of extras in there. Ended up going for 5 wide so far with McDonald Gay. That's another good delivery there, challenging the off stump of Ariana Dowes. Full and straight, and McLeod just dabs that one into the offsides. Gets through for the single, moves on to 3. Just a reminder as well, if you want to get in contact, either put a message in on the live stream, or otherwise @TReynolds_sport on Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, etc. Down the leg side again from McDonald Gay. Will be another wide. Full and straight, and a full toss in the end, but Dow's unable to punish McDonald Gay for that. Ends up hitting it straight back at the bowler. If you've seen the scorecards, you may have noticed Surrey looking a little bit weaker than perhaps their usual team. A lot of their players away on England duty at the moment. The squad being announced just a few days ago. Challenges the stumps again from McDonald Gay. Much better. Alice Davidson-Richards still here for Surrey, despite being called up to the ODI squads. T20's up first. That was wide outside off, and a big swing there from Dowes, but unable to lay bat on it. 24 for 1. Essex now after 6 overs. Dowes and McLeod both at the crease. Dowes still on 0. McLeod 3 off 13. Neither looking particularly fluent at the moment. It was a tricky start so far for Essex, albeit with 6 wides dropped in there as well to help push their score up a little bit. Straight down the ground there, clips the stumps on its way through, but should get back for a second here. Does Dowes? No, she's happy with the single in the end. Fielded well there between Alice Davidson-Richards and Chatterjee. It does bring Dowes back on strike. bit shorter this time, but it angled back in. Played nicely by Dowes, down into the ground through third man. Got on top of it well, and yeah, did really well not to just let that one pop up off the shoulder of the bat or off a glove. That was just flicked out into the leg side, no run. Just a reminder that Essex chasing 260 to win. Surrey Maids 259 for 8. For 9, sorry. Full and straight and swing back in again from Stonehouse. Getting a lot of movement with the ball here. They get through for a single for Lissy McLeod, but Stonehouse into her 4th over is still hooping the ball here, angling it back in at the right-handers. Almost squeaks through the defences of Ariana Dowes. Just one ball remaining in the 7th over here. Stonehouse's economy just slowly dropping. It's been good so far from the left armour. Oh, and that one just flies past the outside edge. Dowes just dangles her bat at it, looking to try and guide it through the covers. Looks disappointed. That does end the 7th over. 27 for 1. Good start. Good recovery even, I should say, from Surrey. Scrivens was the most dangerous batter by far inside the first couple overs, and brilliant piece of fielding from Emma Jones sees the only wicket we've had so far. Run out, Grace Scrivens. Good again there from McDonald Gay. She struggled a little bit with a few wides so far today, but other than I think the 6 wide she's bowled, she's generally been very, very accurate, which is an interesting thing to see. I'll just turn around the corner really nicely there from Lissy McLeod. 4 runs for it as well. Just angled down the leg side from McDonald Gay and helped on its way by the Essex batter. Back into defensive mode there from McLeod. Generally seen her be pretty aggressive and pretty positive so far this season. Looking to try and counter-attack and put bowling attacks back on the front foot, but today it's been a lot more sensible. Very little risks taken so far from the Essex batter. And again, just turned into the leg side. Sorry, currently without catcher in the slips. 2 fielders outside the ring at third man and deep square, otherwise pretty regulation white ball field. That was down the leg side again, another wide ball there for McDonald Gay. be surprised if perhaps we're seeing a moved out of the attack after this. So we do have a few other options. A lot of spin within their attack generally. Leg spin of Danny Gregory, Kalia Moore with some off spin and some left arm spin from Courtine Coleman as well. That one's just dropped into the offside, into the leg side, sorry. Plus Alice Davidson-Richards and Phoebe Franklin both offer options as well with the ball. Turned around the corner again, beats Danny Gregory there at short fine leg. Going to run down towards the rope, but it's going to be cut off in the end there. Kalia Moore, I think that is, down there at deep square leg, yes. Does well to get rounds. They get a couple from it. And Essex move on to 34 for 1 off 8. That one's angled back in, swung back in from Stonehouse again. Gone for just 13 from her first 4 overs. Just the one boundary along with that. Just swung away, and Scriven's first ball of the game, I think, just guided it through backward point for 4. That one's helped into a similar direction as to where Scriven's hit her boundary, but just for 1. For Ariana Dowles, getting across her stumps there nicely to work it behind square into the leg side. And onto the front foot to defend from McLeod there. I think perhaps this is just this decision here by Essex to try and take things slow and really pace themselves out the innings. They saw how Surrey managed to push on and explode in the latter part of their innings, despite being 6 down at the halfway stage. So that was pushed into the offside. No run again. And yeah, with McLeod looking to perhaps even just look at anchoring this innings and being an option for Dowles to partner. Bit of width there, and that's timed nicely, but straight at Rihanna McDonald-Gay in there back in the covers. McLeod has timed a few really, really well so far. A few have flown off the bat, but unfortunately often straight out fielders. There's another one straight to Alice Davidson-Richards. Oh, sorry, Emma Jones even. Nine overs gone, 35 for 1 at this stage. Sorry, we're 42 for 2, so a little bit up on the run rate side of things, but had lost that extra wicket. Going to see a change of bowling here. Tilly Courtine Coleman coming in with some of her left arm spin. 17 years old. This Courtine Coleman made her debut as a teenager last year, 16-year-old last year. So even 15. Took a magnificent fifer on debut for the South East Stars against Durham, or Northern Diamonds at the time. That was pulled nicely, but doesn't get a hold of it. Does Dowes. Yeah, from there went strength to strength. Got picked up in the 100 by the Southern Brave. Jeremy had a pretty good season, considering she was just 16. That was just dabbed into the offside for a single from Dowes. Smart batting, rotates the strike. That's up in the air, could be gone from McLeod, it is. Just off the top edge for a simple catch for Danny Gregory, and Tilly Courtine Coleman comes into the attack with immediate effect. Big wicket of Lissy McLeod there. Hangs her head there as she walks back to the pavilion, disappointed. She'd battled hard there to fight through and almost got through the power play there, did McLeod, but in the end falls for 11. 27 balls, a very different innings than we'd be used to be seeing for McLeod's.
Next batter in for Essex, number 16, Sophia Smale.
Sophia Smale now coming in to join Ariana Dowes. They put on a reasonable partnership, these two, against Durham just under a week ago, but once Smale fell, there wasn't a huge amount put up from the rest of the Essex lineup. Oh, and that one actually grips and beats the outside edge there of Smale. I think that's probably the most turn, or some of the most turn we've seen, particularly considering how early on in the spell it is for Courtine Coleman. That's a bit fuller down the leg side, helped around the corner there. It's going to run out towards the rope. Only going to get a couple for it though. Smale doesn't fully get a hold of it. Good start so far for Courtine Coleman. She'll be very excited to have seen that one grip and turn. And spin past the outside edge of Sophia Smale, who looks to chip that, almost chips that one back towards Courtine Coleman. Doesn't carry in the end though. Falls just short. And in the end manages to escape the over. 38 for 2. And that is the power play done as well. Surrey will be very happy, I'm sure, with the way it started so far for them. They were 49 for 2 they made in the power play. Then did start to lose a few wickets. 68 for 3 after 13, and big cluster of wickets around the 22, 23, 25 over mark. Dowes continuing here. Slight change of field. Courtine Coleman going to backward point, and Kalia Moore's going all the way out to deep square instead. Just turn into the leg side, but straight to Phoebe Franklin at short mid wicket. Stonehouse into her 6th over now. It's good captaincy here by Chatley to keep her on. She's been moving the ball around really nicely so far with a bit of swing. Same there again, and Dowles gets right across her stumps to flick that into the leg side. She did that really effectively against Durham as well. But it can be a bit risky. If she misses anything, she's going to be, I think, trapped dead in front. Stonehouse in again now. It's full and straight and just dabbed down the grounds. Dug out as much as anything else there from Smale. Oh, and that one hoops back in again, just missing the top of off there. This is a phenomenal opening spell here from Alexa Stonehouse. He's only played a couple games so far this season. But now given an opportunity, she's trying to make the most of it. Oh, and that one again beats the inside edge of Sophia Smale. Hooping back in again. It's almost 11 overs old, the ball, but Alexa Stonehouse flying with the ball here. Looks to drive that one to Smale. A bit fuller this time, but doesn't get anything on it. Bit of a half appeal. Echoes around the ground here at Chelmsford. Just one run from that over there. We'll see Courtine Coleman continue, it looks like. Or will we actually? No, I think change of bowling. Danny Gregory it is. No.
Change of bowling.
That is Danny Gregory, yeah.
Coming on number 19, Danny Gregory.
Bit of leg spin here. We just saw the one over then from Tilly Courtine Coleman. Obviously Kira Chatley didn't want to use her leg spinner inside the power play. There's a little bit more protection out. 2 sweepers out on the leg side, 1 out on the off. 3 inside the ring on the leg side and 3 inside on the off. Bit short, dragged down, pulled around the corner there. Just be 1 for it. Gregory will just ease into her spell here, you think. She'll take a lot of confidence after Abtaha Maqsood's brilliant spell with her leg spin in the previous innings. That one again helped round the corner. Timed nicely, but just for 1. Does get Sophia Smale down the other end though. Down the leg side again there. Taken nicely by Chatley. Will be a wide as well. Dow's given another opportunity here. Drives that one nicely, just out into the covers for a single though. Alexa Stonehouse out there fielding. Now on the ropes. That's pulled into the leg side again. Thoughts of two here, I think. Dowes turns and wants the second, but Smale happy to settle for one. This over is just showing how you can just score at 5, 6 and over pretty easily. And again, Dowes across the stumps, working into the leg sides. It's actually the 6th run of the over there. With the wide alongside. Obviously helping chip in as well. Similar delivery, similar outcome there. Another single. Smale on to 5, Dowes on to 7. Essex on to 46 for 2. Very productive over that one. 7 from it. Quite a long way behind the run rate still, but the way Essex have often struggled has more been when the wickets have started to fall and they've collapsed. They've generally struggled to put together 200 plus totals, with 260 needed to win here, the target. They're going to have to bat a long time. You think probably use almost all 50 overs here and string together a few big partnerships. Alexa Stonehouse will continue to her 7th over here. It's an impressive spell for the left armour. She's bowled very well so far. 15 from the first 6. Going under 3 and over. It's just been so disciplined. But also hugely skillful, getting the ball to swing back in towards the right-handers here. There's another one. Looks to pull this time though, does Smale. Doesn't get a hold. Instead just finds Phoebe Franklin at mid-wicket. Full and straight again, but some pushed into the offsides. Not offering any opportunities here for Essex to get any easy runs at all. Bit of width on offer that time, but Smale unable to find any gaps and just picks out McDonald Gay at point there. The longer this drought of runs goes on, the more pressure the batters will feel. Required run rate continues to climb. It's not excessive by any means, and actually wickets are probably more important. There's still going to be pressure. That swings too far instead this time, down the leg side. Onto the front foot. Solid defence from Sophia Smale. barring the first 2 overs, there's been just 1 boundary in what will be now 11 overs. Just pinning Essex down here. Surrey. Same again there, and another dot ball. Barring that wide, that would have been another maiden there for Stonehouse. Another phenomenal over from the left armour. And there's still nothing on offer at all for Essex. There isn't really need to panic though. You can see how these two do fare and whether they can, you know, there's a little bit of push and pull with run rate and try and rotate the strike where possible, but not try and force things too much. Short and dragged down, pulled away nicely, but only as far as the fielder at deep mid-wicket. Donegay just fields simply and throws it back in. Single off the first ball of Gregory's over. The top ball off the second. Pulled into mid-on, and they're not going to get a single for it though. It's fielded well by Alice Davidson-Richards. It's interesting to see how Surrey do also go about their innings with the ball. They've not really been a team to have run through opposition with their bowling and have struggled a little bit to take wickets. That was swept up in the air around the corner. Just for a single though for Smale. Danny Gregory's taken 10 this season so far, and Alice Monaghan's got 8. Donegay 7, but only on 1 occasion, or 2 occasions, sorry, pushed into there for a single. Only on 2 occasions have players taken 3 fors or better. So Rhiannon McDonald-Gay took 3 for 38 against Durham, and Danny Gregory 3 for 63 against the Blaze. And otherwise, it's been team efforts generally, and a lot of 2 fors shared around. Capsey's been chipping in. Clear Moore's been chipping in. Monaghan, as already mentioned, has been chipping in. Stonehouse got a couple as well. That was pulled nicely there by Smale. Finds the gap, and that will be 4. The much-needed boundary finally comes up. Just the second in the last 11, 12 overs now. Too short in the end there from Danny Gregory, and Sophia Smale rocks back and smashes that one through mid-wicket for 4 runs. Essex move on to 54 as well, bring up their 50 in that last over. This is just going 3 o'clock here.
Coming on from the Sir Alistair Cook end, number 21, Tilly Coleman.
We'll see another change of bowling here. Alexa Stonehouse finally getting her rest. Tilly Coleman, left armour, returns, this time from the other end though, the Sir Alistair Cook end. Just in front of me here. Had a good start, taking a big wicket of Lissy McLeod. 1 for 3 from her first over. Dowes looks to try and work that one to the offside, but not quite enough width on it in the end. This time she uses her feet and shuffles down a fraction, just working it into the leg sides. One run from it. Pulled that one nicely, almost straight into the hands there of Emma Jones. But a very good piece of fielding in the end there from the Surrey star. Smale onto the front foot again this time, but defensively. That one's this time worked around the corner. Gregory fields well. Do get through for the single though. 2 from the first 5 deliveries so far. Emma Jones now back into the offsides for Dowes. Floated up and again targeting the pads of Ariana Dowes, who flicks it away into the leg side. Ends the 15th over as well. .57. For 2. Quite a long way behind now where Surrey were at the same stage, 81 for 3. But with the 2 wickets in hand, if these two can keep batting, they're back for another 10 overs together. Even if Essex are 30, even 40 behind where Surrey were at the same stage, 25 overs in. They were 119 for 5. They had that opportunity to just push on and push harder through the middle. So that was swept round the corner. Just for 1 though for Ariana Dowes. Moves on to 12 now. As I've said already, that's something that's been pretty key so far in this competition, has been wickets in hand and ability to bat smartly, but also bat with some aggression to put pressure back onto a bowling attack throughout the middle. And that one's hit back down the ground into the foot of Ariana Dowes. Flicked around the corner again, just about beats Tilly Corteen Coleman at backward square, and they get through for the 1. Pushed into the offside, but straight to fielder, extra cover. Phoebe Franklin. Flicked around the corner there, swept nicely by Smale. Do you know she likes to sweep? She hit a few, well, hit one absolutely gorgeous reverse sweep here against Durham 5 days ago. But then was out a few overs later, playing a similar shot, just looped into the hands of Catherine Fraser at backward point. Chopped shorter this time from Gregory and cut away nicely by Dowes behind square. They're going to push for 2 here. She's coming back. There's a bit of a mix-up, but they just about survive there. a slight hesitation as much as anything else from Sophia Smale, and rightfully sends Dowles back, who came maybe a third of the way down the wicket looking for that second run, but probably likely would have been run out. Team Coleman back into the attack now. First ball, dot ball, just flicked into mid-wicket from Dowles. Looped up again from Coleman and cut away, but straight to backward point, or a short third man actually. Driven nicely by Dowles out to Kalia Moore, or Rihanna McDonald-Gay even, sorry. Yeah. Deep cover. This one turned into the leg sides. Again into the leg side, but no run from it this time. 64 for 2. Just one ball remaining in the 17th over here. And a dot to finish off. Yeah, just around some of the other grounds. We'll keep you updated throughout the day. Lancashire, as already mentioned, made 239 earlier today with big runs for MLM, another 84. While at Durham currently batting, Susie Bates, Holly Armitage both still in, 65 for 1. That was pulled for a dot ball there. Almost ricocheting off Emma Jones and allowing through a single, but nothing in the end. A good start by Kate Cross by the look of things. The only other game in the One Day Cup at the moment, Warwickshire vs Hampshire. Hampshire have finally taken to the fields, batting currently. That was pulled around the corner, will be a single. Warwickshire ended up getting 243 for 7. They're in a little bit of trouble in their innings. Abby Freeborn, though, down the order, made 94, not out. And alongside Karis Pavley and Georgia Davis, saved their team. That was short and faster again from Gregory and pulled away nicely. A couple bounces and it'll skip away for 4. Another big boundary there. Slashed away from Sophia Smale. It was too short. I think Gregory trying and skip one through, but instead Smale rocks back and pulls it for 4. Into the 70s, Essex go now. And again, short, pulled away this time, but they're going to come through for a quick single. Could be tight. No, slightly off balance throw there from Tilly Courtine Coleman at short, fine leg. Just means that Smale And Dow's make it home safe. Smale on to 20 at the moment. Dow's 16 not out, facing. She just flicks that one into the leg side. Slight hesitation from Smale, but makes it home. Does get hit by the throw. Emma Jones just checking she's alright, and that does end the over. 72 for 2. Very useful. 8 runs from the 18th over there. Dow 17 not out off 33. Sophia Smale 20 off 31. Between them slowly pushing Essex forwards, closer to the 260 that's needed to win. But it's not been easy going so far for the team in purple. That one's just driven out to the covers. Going to push for 2 here. Dow's could be close, I reckon, but they've gone to the bowler's end instead. And it could be through for some overthrows as well. No, Dow's happy to just take the 2 in the end. Sends Sophia Smale back. That one's just turned into the leg side for a single. Hit back hard down the ground, but well stopped by Courtine Coleman. Essex do have a few batters still to come in. Only 2 down at the moment. Numbers 3 and 4 in at the crease. That one's just dabbed through backward point for a single. Maura Carr, who made a very good 67 against Somerset. Top scored down there. Maddie Blinkhorn-Jones as well, 22-year-olds. Made a debut last game against Durham in the Metro Bank. Also Joe Gardner, who's coming off the back of a rapid 64 in the T20 County Cup. Again, another one turned into the leg side for a single. 5 from the first 5 here of Courtine Coleman's over. Onto the front foot again from Smale. This time defends though. 77 for 2. The run rate about 4s for Essex. Just easing it up at the moment. And yeah, a lot of batting still to come. As I was saying, Joe Gardner made a rapid 64. They also then got, bowling-wise, Eva Gray was pushed up the order in that T20 Cup game. And does fancy herself with the bat a little bit. Bowling all-rounder. See a change of bowling here. Kalia Moore into the attack with some of her off spin. That one's just floated across the batter too wide in the end, the wrong side of the blue line. And a wide to start up Kalia Moore's over, who was so good with the bat earlier today. Straighter this time, finds the outside edge of Dow's, who looks to set off for the single, but sent back by Smale. Slash to this one does Dow's, but doesn't quite come cleanly off the bat and ends up in the hands of Phoebe Franklin for a dot ball. Now let's turn around the corner, going to scamper through, quick single here, could be tight at the bowler's end. She's possibly gone, no, a twitch from the umpire, but not out in the end. Very, very close, I'm sure there. Dow's looked lost at sea for a second, but ends up getting home safe in the end. A lot of hesitation as she comes through. And yeah, just about safe on the replay, it looks like. That one's just dropped into the offside, another dot ball. Guided into the covers to bring Ariana Dowles back on strike. And brings up the 80 for Essex. Big edge there this time. Going to run away for 4, it looks like, down to the ropes. It does indeed. Dowles with a much needed boundary as well now, adding to the total from what was a good start to the over from Kalia Moore. But Dowles brings up her first boundary with that thick outside edge running down the hill. 107 for 3, quite a long way ahead of the run rate. They never really slowed down until they were 6 down really and Davidson Richards fell. Courtine Coleman back into the attack and on the money straight away. She forces Smale onto the front foot to defend. Was turned into the leg side and almost a spectacular catch there from Emma Jones. Just diving to her left, it was slightly aerial from Smale there, but that was defended. Yeah, slightly aerial, and you'd think a yard closer or so to Jones, and that could have been a very good catching opportunity. Bit of width off at this time, and they're going to slice that away for 1. 1,027 now. Also brings up the 50 partnership there for Ariana Dowles and Sophia Smale. 24 and 23 respectively. That one smashed down the ground off the back foot. Smale not quite happy with where that went. I think perhaps looked to try and send that one through the offside instead. It was just threw the shot a little bit quickly. As Dowles works that one away into the leg side. Gets right the way across her stumps, as we've seen her do so well so far. Another 4 runs from the over. This is about the stage where a few quick wickets turn the game, or seem to turn the game for Essex and into their favour. As we saw Kira Chatley caught and bowled off Abtaha Maqsood before the run out of Emma Jones. That seemed to turn the tide in favour of Essex, but then unable to really make the most of it. Ended up letting Surrey back into the game, who set 260, way more than they would have hoped to at the stage that they were when they were 116 for 5, for 6 even. That one's just patted back to the bowler. Sliced back with a point, but well fielded there from Chatterjee. That one's down the leg side, could run all the way to the rope. It shouldn't quite have the pace on it. And we Pretty well fielded in the end there, and they're going to come back for a third. Great running, very quick running between the wicket there from Sophia Smale. Courtine Coleman does well to drag that one back and just save the one run. And there's the reverse sweep that we know Sophia Smale likes to bring out. Just pushes it into the vacant cover point region. Just making sure Kira Chatley and Surrey keep thinking about their fields, thinking about how they're bowling to the Essex pair. Dowell's on strike. There's a lot of space in the mid-wicket area now, though. Sweeper's out on the boundary. She looks to try and hit that one down the ground. Doesn't connect, though. Looking like they're trying to tempt her to play across the line into mid-wicket for some singles. She has done well generally into the leg side so far. That's what she does that time. Up in the air, smashes it down the ground, but doesn't get a hold of it. They're going to look to come back for two. Could be tight. Smale does well, though, in the end. She's quick between the wickets. Had two in mind straight away and ends that over. 6 from it in the end. 94 for 2. 22 overs in it. And the same stage, Surrey 114 for 5. That 22nd over was the over where they lost Chatley. They then lost Jones within just the space of a couple balls.
Coming on at the number 10.
And this will be interesting to see now how Essex marshal the chase. They don't really need to look to try and go big and expand just yet, because this was about the period where Surrey started to slow massively. We will see change of bowling again as well. Phoebe Franklin, some of her right arm seam coming into the attack. Seen spin dominate a lot today, but Eva Gray did also manage to take a 5 for in the first innings. Took 2 up top and 3 in towards the death in the middle overs. Franklin in now. That was short and wide and cut away nicely there by Smale. Straight to McDonald Gay in the end though, and they settle for the single. Cut away nicely there. Good use of wrists from Dowles. Works that on behind square, but straight to the fielder at third man in the end. We'll see a change of field here. They bring up third man and drop back Alexa Stonehouse down to cow corner instead. But they still want that fielder. Emma Jones in there at mid-wicket. I think that's the way they think they'll get Smale. She edges that one, I think. Or was it just pop off the keeper in the end? I think it possibly hits Chatley in the heads, and so they're going to have the concussion check come in quickly now. 96 for 2 after 22 and a half overs now. Just shy of the hundreds Essex find themselves. The other games around the country. Durham still going well, 80 for 2 now, in chase of 240 to win up in Lancashire. Susie Bates, pretty slow, 27 from 47, just steady. Holly Armitage has since fallen though, and they're now 3 down even, 80 for 3. Armitage and Villiers have both gone. While in Arundel, Hampshire are hosting Warwickshire. I've already mentioned phenomenal knock from Abby Freeborn. He made 94. Coming in down the order at number 5. Another 50 as well for Caris Pavley. A few wickets shared around, but Hampshire 108 for 2, Charlie Knott, the Aussie, 53 not out at the moment, alongside the skipper Georgia Adams. Openers Maya Boucher and Ella McCoffin made 15 and 17 respectively. As the concussion check concludes. Pushed into the leg side, beats the dive of Emma Jones, and they'll get through for one. Still a very good crowd down here at the Ambassador Cruise Line ground in Chelmsford. Two-tier stand just to my right here at the Alice Cook end, filled with fans. That was down the leg side, goes between Chatley's legs, I think, there, and could go all the way to the rope. No, fielded well there from Danny Gregory. He races rounds from fine leg. There's a leg by coming off Ariana Dowles there. One ball remaining here in the 23rd over. And a dot ball to finish Phoebe Franklin's first over. 23 gone now. 99 for 2. Smale 27 from 43. And Ariana Dowles 34 from 51. Battered well together so far, these two. As we're closing in on the halfway stage of the innings. Partnership slowly building. .63 currently between these two. Clearmore continues with their Oxford. That was down the grounds, but no run from it. Reverse out again from Smale, up in the air, falls just short in the end though of Chatterjee. It's fielded well and looped in, just over the head though of Kira Chatley. This time worked off the pads for a single, but fielded well there by Courtine Coleman. Picks it up really cleanly as she tumbles to the floor. That brings up the 100 for Essex as well. 23 and a half overs, just shy of an hour and a half. That was turned around the corner again. This time fine. Goes past Courtine Coleman. They should come back for a second. Dow's a little slow in her turn, but comes through for 2 anyway. Defended from Dow's. Slight change in field here. They're just opening up mid-wicket. Emma Jones coming round to backward point. Yeah, again, same as last over. Perhaps just trying to entice across the line shot here. Instead, though, Dow's uses their feet a fraction, gets towards the pitch and tries to play that one through point. Dot ball to end the over, though. 102 for 2. And it's starting to hang in the balance here, you'd think. These two keep going, though. It's exactly what Essex needs. Just a reminder what happened in the first innings. Surrey ended up making 259 for 9, setting 260. Franklin fell early on with Eva Gray getting the wicket before Chatterjee and Hunter combined for a reasonable partnership. 21 and 29 they each made respectively. That was just pushed into the offside dot ball. And then we saw Better partnerships of Alice Davidson-Richards and Kira Chatley, who made 32 and 25. Chatley was caught and bowled off the bowling of Abtaha Maqsood before Emma Jones was run out, and then Davidson-Richards just a couple overs later caught off the bowling of Esme McGregor. That was pulled nicely. Straight to Davidson-Richards. They'll take a single for it. And then it was the crucial partnership when Surrey found themselves 117 for 6, 24.2 overs in. Kalia Moore and Mariana McDonald-Gay came to the crease together and put on well over 100. Kalia Moore 66 and McDonald-Gay 57. So they carried Surrey up to 260. That was down the leg side wide ball. Almost tipping forward was Dow's there, but kept her balance well in the end. And yeah, a 260 seemed nigh impossible, you'd have thought, at the halfway stage. But Surrey managed to get up there. Another dot ball there, and Essex in reply, currently 103 for 2. Pick of the bowlers though, Eva Gray, another fifer, her second fifer in the Metro Bank One Day Cup, the first season of. She became the first bowler to take a fifer in this new professional county era, and now picked up her second just a few weeks later. Full and straight and driven down the ground. Dot ball though, and there's also a spin. Very good few overs of spin for Essex as well. Sophia Smale took 1 for 49. Maqsood took 1 for 48, and Grace Scrivens bowled just 3 overs, but for only 11 runs. That one's driven down the ground again there, back towards Phoebe Franklin. Just 2 runs so far in the over. That one's wide in the end. Chatley can't take it. And they'll scamper through for a single as well. They'll have to re-bowl that final ball of the over. With Sophia Smale on strike this time instead. And then it will be drinks. And a bit of time for Surrey to regroup and Essex to get their messaging out to the 2 batters at the crease. Full and straight and driven, but kept out in the end. No run from it. And that will bring up drinks as well. 106 for 2. Essex find themselves after 25 overs. Dow's on 36. And Sophia Smale on 29. You can see on the worm on screen there, it's pretty even total scores at the moment. And actually, Essex might even be the favourites with the number of wickets in hand they have. But it's still going to be a very, very challenging chase. There's still 25 overs to go. Tilly Courtine Coleman set to return into the attack now for Surrey. Ariana Dow's back on strike. Uses his feet straight away to try and get to the pitch there and just squirts that one out through the covers. Was just pulled into the leg side, but no run from it. This time into the off, and yet again another dot ball for Smale. Into the leg side this time. They will get through for one. Smale's first runs after the drinks break. And on to 108. Essex move. Little chat here with Alice Davidson Richards, I think, at mid-off. Just a bit of a plan, maybe. Going down the leg side, and Dow's just turns that one round the corner. Just for the single. And again, they're offering up this time for Smale, though, mid-wicket. With Emma Jones going in at point. And a bit of a slog sweep this time from Smale. Doesn't get a hold of it though, and just the one. Seemingly a pretty common occurrence between these two, just nudging singles. Not many boundaries to the total. Between them, it's just been 3 boundaries. The openers, 3 as well. Made 3 as well. 110 for 2, 26 overs in now. Just 10 runs behind where, 11 runs even, sorry, behind where Surrey were at the same stage. But with 4 wickets in hands. Now smashed down the ground, and there's that boundary, that much needed boundary that I was talking about from Sophia Smale. Just drops back and punches that one, cross-batted, straight back down the ground. Comes straight off the middle of the bat. Pace on the ball from Phoebe Franklin, and Smale sends that one back past her for 4. Again, Smale this time into the leg side. Jones has a shy at the stumps, and they're going to get through for an overthrows. Slightly sloppy from Surrey there, but you can't really blame anyone in particular. There's an opportunity there for Jones to have a shy. Franklin in again. This one's cross-batted, but Dow's doesn't get a hold of it. Interesting to have heard what might have been chatted about with the messages sent on for this Essex pair. Perhaps try and take down one of the bowlers, force a change. That's exactly what Dow seems to do there. Try and come down the pitch and then swipes across the line. Hits her high on the thigh pad in the end. And a dot ball. Full and straight and guided delicately there from Dowes. Just a really lovely shot there to run it off the face of the bat for a simple single. It's been a really good over so far, 6 from it. Just starting to put the pressure back on. Smale again, looking to be aggressive, hit some runs. Slight fumble there in the gather from Chatterjee. And they make it through for the singles. 117 for 2. Dowes on 39, Smale 37. Coleman will continue. The partnership really starting to add up. Almost, well, just over even, sorry, 80. These two have put on together. The reverse comes out from Smale. She connects, but can only find Chatterjee. And they get through for the single anyway. Dowes back on strike. Smale's looked for that a few times. Hasn't fully connected, but we know she can, and if she does, there is opportunity. Moore coming across from short fine leg into backward point now, so there is a vacant area behind square on the leg side. They're also bringing up long on inside the ring. And Dowes looks to kind of get caught in two minds in the end. Looks to maybe come down the pitch and then guide one through backward point. Doesn't do either in the end. It's good bowling from Coleman. And Dowes hits that one straight down the ground. Both fielders inside the ring, makes the most of it. Gets the pitch. And just nails it back over Coleman's head. For her first boundary in a long time. There's definitely been an upping of the ante since the drinks break. 122 for 2. This time she drops her bat on it. Does Dowes. She moves into the 40s with that boundary. And they have dropped Davidson Richards back out to long on. That one's cut away for a single. Dowes on to 44. And another over gone for at least 6 with one ball still to bowl. That one's just squares up Smale a fraction. They get through for the single either way. 1, 2, 4 for 2. Essex find themselves. It's been a really impressive chase put together so far from these two. After the early wicket of Scrivens, who fell in the 5th over, run out, direct hit from Emma Jones. Looked like it could have been a tricky day in the park for Essex, but Smale and Dowes have recovered well. As that one's just turned into the leg side, slightly off the inside edge in the ends. They do get one for it. Again down the leg side. This time beats Kira Chatley as well. Off the pad, I think. They're going to think about 2, but just take the 1 in the end. Yeah, leg bye given. I think it might have been another one that nutmegged to Kira Chatley. There's been a few of those today. Short and wide and cut away by Smale. Just for the single though. Full and straight and almost onto the stumps there. Just about survives, does Ariana Dowes. Phoebe Franklin with a searing Yorker there. Almost getting the breakthrough that Surrey so desperately needs. Just a reminder as well, if you want to get in contact, either feel free to use the YouTube live stream chat or I'm @TReynolds_sport. Use of feet there and driven nicely. Well fielded though there from Emma Jones again. She's been electric in there in the covers today. Yeah, @TReynolds_sport on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok. Feel free to get in contact. Any comments, any questions? That one's short and pulled up in the air. Could be a catch. It is Kira Chatley there, the skipper, with a spectacular diving catch in front of her. Phoebe Franklin's pace seems to rush Ariana Dowes, who falls for 44. Dug into the pitch. And rushed there as Dowes doesn't get through the shot. Sends it up in the air and Chatley with a good catch coming forward from behind the stumps. Does well to make sure the ball doesn't pop out as she lands. Dowes goes 44 off 70 in the end. Does really well, has anchored the innings perfectly and set up an exciting final 21 overs here. It looks like Joe Gardner is in now. Was carded to come in at number 7, I think. But has been pushed up the order. Scored a rapid fire 60. 64 she made even in the T20 against Yorkshire. Essex fell just short in the end though, 11 runs short. Stair Callis's even quicker 80. That was the difference. Gardner obviously opening the batting earlier on in the season. Since slid down into the middle order with a lot of injuries around as well. Flo Miller, Jodie Grucock, Cordelia Griffiths, all out injured at the moment. That does see the end of the 29th over as well. That wicket, 127 for 3. And the big wicket of Dowes. Gregory back into the attack and fires her leg spinner in first there. Gone the thoughts of 2, but they settle for just a single. Jo Gardner faced up for her first delivery. That one's just prodded down the ground. Going to come through for a quick single. Well run there, and she's off the mark. Gardner yet to have a big impact in the one-day format. I mentioned her 64 already in the T20 Cup, but high score of 23 she made against Hampshire earlier this season. So she'll be looking for contribution here, and that one swept around the corner from Smale, but straight to Courtine Coleman and no run get from it. As we near the 30 over mark. That one's gone, and there's another wicket. Danny Gregory gets Sophia Smale. 2 wickets in 2 overs now, and Essex looked like they were cruising and batting really, really well. But both the set batters are back in the pavilion now. First Ariana Dowes, now Sophia Smale. And Essex, having gone from 127 for 2, now find themselves 129 for 4. Really good delivery there from Gregory, just firing them through, skidding on. Smale almost unsure what to do there. Looks to try and work into the leg sides. Misjudges the flight, I think, a fraction. Is now back in the pavilion. Amara Carr out to the crease, the wicket keeper. Made a really good 60 odds earlier this season. Batting down the order again. Still a couple deliveries to go in this over. Just have to face up first to Danny Gregory. Turning to the leg side first up there. Could be close. No, not fielded cleanly in the end there from Jones. Mara Carr now off the mark as well. But Essex in a much more precarious, much trickier situation now with 2 new batters at the crease. Smale and Dowes did so well, worked so hard. That was defended first up there from Gardner to end the 30th over. 130 for 4. At the same stage, 30 overs in, Surrey 140 for 6. So not miles behind are Essex. And it didn't feel like that Surrey just exploded and went berserk. They kind of slowly accumulated, built up their total, and then at the end, it's sort of 10 overs to go, 5 overs to go even. Clear Moore and Rihanna McDonald-Gay, that was when they went. That was when we saw McDonald-Gay's huge 6. We saw back-to-back boundaries from Moore. And so even with a couple wickets, there's still 20 overs to go. A long time to go here. That one's just tickled around the corner, first up. Carr moves on to 2. Even below these 2, there's still some batting. Maddie Blinkhorn-Jones, 22-year-olds. Eva Gray as well. Bowling all-rounder, probably coming at number 8. And then McGregor, Kopak, Maqsood. That was pushed into the offside. Thoughts of a single, but sent back. That one smashed down the ground. Just 1 run from it though, fielded by Alice Davidson-Richards at long on. Flighted up and driven down the ground again there. Good use of the bottom wrist there from Amara Carr. Tickled down the leg side, will be a wide, nothing on it in the end. And that one's fielded by Danny Gregory down there. Let me get through for the 1. And That one's just flicked round the corner. Another one into square leg. Use of feet here from Gardner. Smacks it straight down the ground. Could go all the way. It does indeed. 6 runs there from Joe Gardner. Just skips down the track and dispatches Kalia Moore back over her head. Out of nowhere, that almost. It looked like Essex were just going to settle in and rebuild. But Gardner looking to go on the offensive instead. Brings up the first 6 of Essex's innings. With a huge strike down the ground. And how destructive she can be. Just pushed out to the covers. Gregory will continue. Gardner just nudges that one down the ground, times it really well. Almost too well, and gets it past the first fielder, but can't beat Davidson. Richards on the boundary out there. And sweeps there, does Amara Carr. Going to push for 2 here. Carr wants it. She's coming back. Could be a bit of a mix-up at the bowler's end option. But Gardner makes her home safe there. Carr running to the danger end. Calls early, calls loud. They're home safe. Defended there. Nicely done from Carr. Turned into the leg sides by Carr this time. Moves on to 8. Run of all 8 so far. Gardner down the other end on 9. That was just smashed into the leg side. Going to set off for 2. They turn and go, and they make it back comfortably. Good running there from Essex. 149 for 4 they end up on. 7 from the over. And there's definitely been an increasing just in the intensity from these two. But without a huge amount of risk, really. A little bit of miscommunication when running between the wickets at times, but been reasonably sensible so far. That was floated up and turned around the leg side. No. Doesn't get anything on it, does Amara Carr, and a wide given in the end. Bit of an appeal, though, from specifically Kira Chatley behind the stumps, who took it well down the leg side. And it brings up the 150 as well, that 32 overs in. Carr just dabs that one into the offside for a single. Garner just chips that one into the leg side. Could be the field out there. No, really good piece of fielding down there from Phoebe Franklin. They'll come back for 2. It's good running between the wickets as well from Carr and Gardner. Garner just fired that one out onto the leg side, and I think Phoebe Franklin just picks that up. One bounce, one hand, and fires that one in back over the top of the stumps. Really good effort there on the boundary from Franklin. Gardner this time into the offside, but straight to Courtine Coleman. That's use of feet again there from Gardner. A bit of a mix-up perhaps at the bowler's end. No, a slight fumble in the end there, unfortunately. That backward point. Sorry, deep, short square leg. Backward square leg. Alexa Stonehouse in there. Carr this time turns it into a full toss with use of feet and flicks it out to the leg side. Thoughts of 2, but well fielded again there from Phoebe Franklin in the action again. One ball to come in the over. 155 for 4. Garner just defends that one. It remains 155 for 4. Joe Gardner 14 off 11. Batting nicely so far. Mara Carr similarly 10 off 10. Just starting to put the pressure back on the bowlers. Let's have a look at their figures now. Alexa Stonehouse opened the bowling. Phenomenal with the new ball. 7 overs, 16 runs. She went wicketless. Bit unjust perhaps that she did, but an economy of just 2.3. Opening partner McDonald Gay struggled a little bit more. Wicketless as well, but 21 runs from it. Courtine Coleman's bowled 7 overs, 1 for 28. Danny Gregory 6 overs, 1 for 37. A little bit expensive. She continues though. That was short and fast and dragged in, and a stunning catch. Really great take there. Emma Jones, she's been fantastic in the field all day today. Diving to her right. Amara Khan nails that one and just plucked out of the air. Phenomenal, phenomenal catch from Emma Jones. Just watching the replay, oh my God. What a take. What a take, Emma Jones. That could be exactly what Surrey needed. Carr and Gardner were going so well. And oh my God. Phenomenal. That's exactly what Surrey could need. If Carr and Gardner could have got going and batted together for a long period of time, it would have been tricky. They just started to catch up. They'd just overtaken them, actually. Had Essex 155 for 4 compared to Surrey's 153 for 6 at the turn of the previous over. But that wicket really could change things. Defended, first up from Blinkhorn Jones. $100 balls, bang on, remain now. 105 to win. 5 wickets in hand. Calculation just bat deep. As that one's looked to be slashed away through the offside by Jones, but nothing from it in the end. I think we could look back and see that stunning catch as the turning point from Emma Jones. You never know what would have happened, but Gardner was looking set alongside Carr, and that could be close down the leg side, I think. Blinkhorn Jones escapes there. Almost skips through there, Blinkhorn-Jones' defence. It instead comes to the inside edge. They're going to have to come back for 2. Jones, I think, thinking that might have run away for 4. Or either settling for the single, but instead she's back for 2. Danny Gregory will continue their leg spin. Just 2 runs from the over so far. And most importantly, big wicket. Markar. That one strikes Jones. Blinkhorn-Jones on the pads. Quite high. And down the leg side as well. Ends the over. 157 for 5. In a very similar position to where Surrey were, who were 158 for 6, I think, at this stage. You'd think Surrey perhaps have that fraction more batting, but I'd say it's reasonably similar. It's going to be down to these two, you'd think, Gardner and Blinkhorn-Jones, to try and marshal the rest of the chase. 103 to win from 96. Gardner smashes that one down the ground, gets it well, but it will be fielded by Davidson Richards. Just get the 1 from it. That was shorter and turned into the leg side, but straight to the dangerous Emma Jones. Blinkhorn-Jones puts that one into deep square leg. Thoughts of a second, but no possibility in the end. Field spreads for Gardner. Cow corner. 2 fielders out straight and a sweeper at cover as well. Gardner turns, pulls that one firmly, finds the gap, and that's another 4. She's batting really well so far as Jo Gardner. Just nails that one, flies to the rope, couple bounces, 4 runs, gorgeous shot. She's looking to try and take the attack on here, put pressure back on Kalia Moore. And again, down the ground this time, but another fantastic stop. Emma Jones, strong hand to that, stops what probably would have been 4 runs. Slashed again by Blinkhorn-Jones, but another good stop by Emma Jones this time. Well, this time again. That ends the over. 164 for 5. 7 from it. Gardner, 20 or 14. Trying to get ahead of the rate as much as anything. Just over 1 a ball required, 96 from 90. I think she probably thinks 5 down, a little bit of batting, but not loads to come, that the quicker they can get the total down, the safer they'll be. She also scored a really good 64, a rapid 64. In the T20 County Cup just a couple days ago. She now pushes one into the offsides. Rotates the strike well, nice single. Yeah, she made 64 from 33. Coming in at 5. Striking at almost 200s. And it just left Essex just short in the end, 11 runs short. That one's up in the air from Blinkhorn-Jones. Could be an easy catch. And it's well taken in the end. Very good catch by Phoebe Franklin. Danny Gregory finds the outside edge of Blinkhorn-Jones, who looked to go over the leg side, and instead it's looped up to Franklin at cover. And that's another wicket. 1-6-5 for 6 now, Essex.
Blinkhorn-Jones called by Franklin off the bowling of Gregory for 3.
She goes for just 3 in the end as Blinkhorn-Jones from 9 balls. Didn't look particularly fluent, but would have been a more than useful companion for Joe Gardner.
In for Essex, number 10, Eva Gray.
Eva Gray and the vice-captain, Essex's vice-captain in now. I spoke to her earlier this season and she talked about her batting and how she wants to be of value. She's yet to make a big contribution to this Essex side with the bat. Made a few big contributions with the ball though. Early today, her second fifer of the season. She'll have to try and use her bowling form to help her batting perhaps. And as much as anything, just stay with Joe Gardner. Let Joe Gardner do as much as she can and just be a partner for her. We saw it against Durham. Mara Carr kept running out of partners as wickets tumbled. Wickets were thrown away as much as anything else. So just stay with Gardner. Be an option. Gregory in there and Gray just turns that one around the corner. Simply so. For a single, and she's off the mark straight away. Good batting there from Eva Gray. 166 for 6. Essex now. Less than 100 required. 94 to win, 87 balls remaining. It's going to be about a runnable, you think, for most of this chase. Gardner just follows suit to Eva Gray and flicks it into the leg side for 1. 2 balls remain in the over. Gregory in again. And just dabbed down the ground by Eva Gray. Really nice shot that. Just leans on it, turns the wrists and jogs down the other end. Perfect from Eva Gray there. That one cut away by Gardner, but straight to Emma Jones. Ends the over. 4 from it. And most importantly, another big wicket. 4 wickets now fallen for Essex in the last 8 overs. And it's just leaving them a fraction short. It looked like Dowes and Smale might even try and do it on their own. They batted so well, the two of them. But on almost 100 in the end. 89. But then Dowes fell. Smale the over after. And Amara Carr just a couple overs ago with a spectacular catch from Emma Jones. She's been lightning in the field. Tilly Courtine-Coleman returning with her left arm finger spin. 3 overs left she can bowl. That was cut away. Nicely done by Eva Gray. Interesting, we've not seen Alice Davidson-Richards yet. Not even for an over or 2. They're fancying the spin as much as anything else, and that's use of feet there from Gardner, but can't make anything of it and just guides it back to Courtine-Coleman. Defends that one off the back foot. Courtine-Coleman's definitely been one of the pick of the bowlers, you'd think. 7 overs, gone at just an economy of Only 4. Gregory's picked up the wickets, but perhaps a bit more fortunately so, as that was pushed into the offside. Scamper through, quick single here. Could be tight for Gardner. No, home safe in the end. Good running from the Essex pair. Yeah, when you look at Gregory's wickets, she's bowled. She has bowled very, very well, but one of them was just all Emma Jones's wicket, really, that phenomenal catch. And that last one from Blinkhorn-Jones, a bit disappointing from a batter perspective. That was flat batted down the grounds. But actually, her first wicket to get rid of Smale was very, very good. Just skip through. Courtine Coleman, use of feet from Gardner here. Launches that one onto the second tier next to me. That is fantastic. Huge shot there from Jo Gardner. Smashes that one up to the second tier. .177 for 6. Jo Gardner going big now. That one's just dabbed down the ground by Eva Gray again. Moves on to 5. Been a very good 5 so far though. All she's doing is what she's needing to do and get Jo Gardner back on strike. Who's hit a couple big 6s so far. That one's up again. Slices this one a bit more over the offside. And another 6. Sending that one into the building work almost. Another massive strike from Jo Gardner. I think we might need a new ball. It's gone over the fence, I want to say there. Gardner's being ultra aggressive at the moment. It's great to see. 35 from 22. Striking at 160. Taking her T20 form and bringing it to the one-day game. They have found the ball, actually. I'll have to have a look at it, I'm sure. Maybe put it through one of the rings. But it looks like we'll continue. And Gardner, I'm sure, will continue to try and take on this attack here. Danny Gregory continues. Down the leg side and helped on its way round the corner. I'm going to push for 2, but just get 1 in the end. No need to push for that 2, really. And Gray trapped in front maybe? No, too high you'd have thought. And probably going down as well. 2 balls remain in the over. Runs to win 75. Balls remaining 74. It's getting closer in Essex's favour every time Gardner's on strike seemingly. That one's into the leg sides. Back for 2 though, Gardner. Well run, really well run there. Wanted 2 from the outset and made no mistake. Just 1 ball to come in the over. Gray just needs to see it off, really. And that's what she does. Thoughts of a single, but I think Gardner's happy to keep the strike. No need to risk anything in the end. And that brings 10 off the over in the end. With 1 huge 6 straight down the ground over mid-off. Looked like Gardner just opened the face a fraction. And just sent it right the way over the rope. And possibly out the ground. This is some big hitting we've seen from Gardner so far. 187 for 6. 73 to win from 72.
New buildup for Surrey.
We're seeing the return now of Rihanna McDonald-Gay. Can she come in to stem Jo Gardner? Three fielders out on the leg side, deep square, deep mid wicket, long on, and a sweeper on the offside. Gardner just turns that one round the corner. Behind square, no, just in front, and they're going to think about two, but ends up getting a fraction too much on it. And it just brings Eva Gray on strike. In comes McDonald-Gay again. That one's hit down the ground. And a simple catch brings an end to Eva Gray. Looked to go hard over the top. And instead offers a simple take to Alice Davidson-Richards. And gives Rihanna McDonald-Gay her first wicket of the day. And it looks like Jo Gardner could be in a similar fate to Ariana Dow's last week. Slowly running out of partners. It wasn't really needed that from Eva Gray, but looking to ride on the coattails perhaps of Jo Gardner. 72 from 70 now. But the big issue for Essex, 188 for 7. Just 3 wickets remaining. Esme McGregor comes out. Still Kate Kopak and Abtahar Maqsood. But that is it. Their job now, surely, stay with Jo Gardner. Because if Gardner bats through, and Essex bat through, it looks like it would be done in just a few blows. In comes McDonald-Gay and defended there from McGregor. Just got to bat through, get her eye in, you think, and help Jo Gardner in any way possible. Turned around the corner. And a single. Good there from Esme McGregor. Just flicks into the leg side. Going to push for 2. Gardner sets off quickly. But no option there in the end. Stonehouse attacks it well. Just 1 ball left in the over. Gardner just standing in a crease. Probably not thinking about the single. They do take it in the end. Every run counts. McGregor just dabs that one down through third man. Ends the over. 191 for 7. 69 to win, 66 balls remaining. It's still a very comfortable calculation here for Essex, but their big issue, 7 wickets down, only 3 remaining, 2 batters left in the pavilion, 2 out at the crease here, and that's all they have to try and get their second victory in the Metro Bank One Day Cup and try and force their way off the bottom of the table, where they currently sit with just 1 win. That struck on the pad, could be close, gone! And there's McGregor, trapped in front. Danny Gregory with her 4th now. Another really good wicket. And Essex in real trouble if they weren't already. 191 for 8. 10 overs still to bat. And with Jo Gardner at the non-strikers end, there's every possibility if she can face enough deliveries, have enough, enough time as much as anything else, that they're still able to do it. But 8 down, Kate Kopac's in now. Just Abtaha Maqsood after. And it's now looking very unlikely for Essex. This would have been a great way to end this first set of one-day fixtures, with the T20 Blast coming up in just a short time. But instead, it looks like Surrey will pick up their 3rd victory of the season. Elsewhere around the country, Durham requiring 64 off their final 12 overs, but they're 6 down as well. Gregory in again. That one's just played straight down the grounds. Single to start up. Kate Kopac's over. Turn into the leg side. They're going to push for 2 here. They should make it. Gardner sets off. Go to the bowler's end. It could be tight. No, well run from Kate Kopac. She was waiting for the call from Gardner. Gardner always wanted to. Turn went. And she does get back. Gregory, just 3 deliveries left in her spell. 9.3 overs she's bowled. And Gardner dabs that one down the ground. Just going to be the one though. Going to let Kate Kopac face up. Another couple deliveries. The other game as well. Hampshire require 56 from 10 overs. They're only 4 down, so there's 6 wickets remaining. Could be some good finishes around the grounds here today. That one's played out with a straight bat by Kopac. Turn into the leg side. They'll push for 2 here, but they're probably not going to make it. Kopac a little bit slow to turn there, and they have to just settle for the single. That ends Danny Gregory's impact with the ball. She gets 4 wickets, 4 big wickets. She ends up with great figures of 4 for 58 from her 10 overs, and has made a huge impact in Surrey's attempt at victory here. They're nearing it, seemingly so. 196 for 8. And McDonald Gay will continue. Just flicked around the corner nicely there from Kopak. Brings Joe Gardner on strike. 63 to win at the moment. Just less than 10 overs to go. Smashed! That is massive! That is out the ground. That is an amazing way to bring up the 200s. Joe Gardner has just gone ballistic so far today. She moves on to 47 at that. Essex past 200 as well. And that is massive from Joe Gardner. Out the ground. Full toss, no. Slower ball there, and it's a Yorker in the end. Gardner does well to keep it out. I reckon her eyes would have lit up there. It looked like it was going to be full. And in the end, just dips on Gardner. She does well to just jab her bat down in the end. Gets down to the non-striker's end. Kate Kopak on strike now. Gardner 48 from just 29. Essex 56 to win right now. And that's a really delicate shot. Runs it off the face of the bat, and that goes all the way. Really well done from Kate Kopak. Just guides that one past the keeper and picks up a boundary. Two balls remain in the over. It's gone 1-6, 1-4 so far. Oh, that one goes just past the outside edge. Really smart bowling from McDonald Gay. And a dot ball there. Slow ball again from McDonald Gay, and this time smashed through the covers. That could go all the way. It's going to be chased down by Chatterjee. They get back for a second though. Good way to end the over. 14 from it in the end, including that massive, monstrous 6 from Joe Gardner. 210 for 8. 9 overs to play. 50 exactly to win. Joe Gardner 48. And it's almost certainly going to be down to her, you'd think. And Alexa Stonehouse coming back into the attack. She was brilliant with the new ball. She's got 3 overs to bowl. She bowled 7 on the bounce early on. 7 for nothing. 32 dots in that 7 over opening spell. The ball was hooping around, but what can she do now? Much older ball. Ball that's been hit out the ground at times. That one's guided nicely there from Gardner. Through the gap, that could go all the way. It's going to be close. And it goes for 4. Guided excellently there from Gardner. She moves to 50 as well. A phenomenal, fantastic 50 from Joe Gardner. She's still got a lot more to do though. 52 from 30. 46 remain to win though. And that's, I'm sure, what's the only thing on her mind at the moment. But the equation's in their favour. 46 from 53. It's just the wickets aren't. 2 remain. But most importantly, Jo Gardner's. Having a little look at the ball. Possibly not too happy with it, but they will continue. In comes Stonehouse again to Gardner. She just dabs that one into the offside. Scamper through for a quick single. Well run there. Thoughts of 2, but good backing up in the end from Courtine Coleman. Around the wicket, Stonehouse targeting the stumps and dabbed into the offside. Thoughts of a single, could be tight, but an early call from Jo Gardner saved Kopak, I think. Three remain in the over. Pushed into the offside. They will get through for a single this time. And the field spreads again. They drop out cow corner. They drop out long on. But it does mean they have 5 out the ring at the moment. They're going to have to bring someone in. Looks like Courtine Coleman at fine leg is coming up. So fine leg and third man inside the ring. But Gardner's hit well down the ground so far today. She guides that one. It's going to be tight for a run out perhaps. No, they're going to get through pretty comfortably in the end there. And again, really good running, really good cooling as much as anything else. They're on the same wavelength here, Gardner and Kopak. Oh, and almost chops on. She just keeps it off though. Well done, Kate Kopak. That's all you had to do, survive. It's the end of the over. Gardner can face. And just stay with her. It's coming down to the wire. 8 overs to go. 48 balls remaining. 217 the score. 8 wickets down. And most importantly, 43 runs to win. Jo Gardner, 54 not out from just 32 deliveries. This is up in the balance right now. Up in the air. Rhiannon McDonald-Gay will continue from the Sir Alistair Cook end. Alice Davidson-Richards goes out. 3 fielders out on the leg side. Sweeper out on the off as well. It's the same field they've had pretty much the whole innings for Gardner. She looks to go down the leg side again. They're going to push for 2. They're going to have to settle for 1 though. She's a little bit disappointed, but it's okay. Still 47 balls remaining, 42 to win. Singles are positive. Helps the rate. Kopak facing up. Works that one into the leg side. Nicely done. Out to deep square leg. And just gets Gardner back on strike. So what Gray did well before was just rotating the strike. All you had to do was get Gardner on. McGregor did it for a little bit. Now it's Kopak's time. That's a full toss. Sliced away. Going to go not quite to the boundary. Gardner wants to keep the strike. I think hoping it's going to be a no ball. It is a no ball. It's going to be a free hit as well. That is really smart cricket there from Joe Gardner. Just to have the foresight and the nous as much as anything else to just say no. It's going to be a free hit. Three fielders out on the leg side, but she's going to look to clear them, I'm sure. And she does. That's huge. Another 6. Massive again from Joe Gardner. Essex edging closer now. 2-2-6. Runs to win 40. Balls remaining 45. Sorry, runs to win 34. It's dropping even faster. It's great batting from Joe Gardner. Just got deep in her crease. Waited for the slower ball to come. And dispatched it. High into the sky. Deep over the boundary. For 6 runs. Into the second tier again. That one's just dropped into the leg side. They're going to push for 2 here. They should make it. She's got to go. They don't. They settle for the single. And with 2 balls remaining in the over. Kopak just has to survive. Doesn't even really need to think about scoring. That's what she does. Oh, Gardner wants to get back on strike again. Good running that. But it means she'll have to look for a single now. There will be lots of opportunity though. Fielders out, deep square, deep mid-wicket. Long on. The leg side is empty. There's also an option at through the covers as well. Dug into the pitch. Gardner sways. They're going to think about a single? No. Wide ball instead. Gardner sways out the way. This is some really crystal clear thinking from Gardner. It's another one for the over as well. .31 runs to win now. That was down the leg side. Another wide. This is slowly starting to add up now. 30 to win. And 230. Essex move on to. 1 ball still remains in the 43rd over here. It's now the 8th wide McDonald Gay's bowled today. She struggled early on with it. Can she keep her nerve now? Gardner just defends. That's exactly what Surrey and McDonald Gay needed. Brilliant there. 230 for 8. 30 to win. 42 balls remaining. But only 2 wickets left. Just Abtaha Maqsood left in the pavilion to come out to join one of Gardner or Kopak if needed.
Coming on from the Graham Gooch end, number 21, Teddy Coleman.
Coleman returning. Just 2 overs left to bowl. Bowled really well so far, the 17-year-olds. 1 for 37, economy of just 4.6. She's used to bowling, top and tail, power play, death, particularly in T20. And it beats the outside edge first up. Lovely there. Grips a fraction and Kopak has no response. Space into the leg side here, really. Instead, she cuts nicely, though. Times that one well as well. And gets Gardner on strike, most importantly. 29 to win. Less than 30. They're bringing up deep square leg. Interesting. They're sending out long off. So they've got sweepers at cow corner, long on, long off, and on cover boundary. That's where Gardner looks. Behind square. Could be tight for a run out. No. Poor throw in the end there from Emma Jones. They get the single, though. .28 from 39. Coleman just having a little chat here. Just trying to get her plan ready. I think that's probably with that's Phoebe Franklin in there at extra cover, yeah. Experienced heads. And that's sliced into the offside, off the outside half of the bat, but no run. Oh, that one almost cannons into the top of off. Misses by barely anything, surely. Kopak looked to guide that one away, cut that one away through the offside. Just one remaining in the over. Into the leg side and turns, but no run from it. Don't think either side will be too unhappy with that. 2-3-2. Great. 6 overs remain. 36 balls remain. 28 to win. Slowly coming down now. Gardner 63 not out. Batting really, really well so far.
Back on at the Surrounders to cook end, number 12.
And we're seeing Alexa Stonehouse back into the attack. It's been a bit of a mix-up of the bowlers so far from Kira Chatley. Stonehouse has 2 to bowl. Courtine Coleman, has 1. McDonald Gay 3. That one's smashed. High, long. Is it long enough? Yes, another 6. 6 more for Joe Gardner. Moves on to 69. Moves Essex on to 2-3-8. And just 22 to win. Dug into the pitch there from Stonehouse. But Gardner just matches it and sends it deep over cow corner for 6. It's a 6th 6 of the innings. Striking at almost 180 now. She's had 2 4s along with all of that. And just 9 dot balls, most impressively. She's not got bogged down at all. Sending back mid-off to the boundary, bringing up square leg. It's got to be full here, you'd think. Possibly slower ball again. Could also be a double bluff. We'll see what Alexa Stonehouse as planned. 22 to win. Hit hard down the ground, very straight. But it will be fielded. Simply there from Chatterjee. And just one run. 21 to win, but it brings Kate Kopak back on strike. 13 off 17 she is. So a few nice shots. They bring in the field close for her. Everyone out behind square now. Or on square or behind square, I should say. Kopak hits straight down the ground, sets off and straight away. It's a good shot though, and gets Gardner back on strike, most importantly. 3 balls remain in the over. 240 Essex have got onto. Down the wicket comes Gardner. But dug into the pitch well by Stonehouse. And Gardner can't lay a bat on it. Bit of frustration, but no real sign actually. 20 to win still. That was just dabbed into the leg side. They get through for a single. Good running again there. And it brings up the 50 partnership. Joe Gardner scored 33 of those, including some huge hits into the leg side. Kate Kopak 14. A couple extras along the way as well. Slow ball there. It just skips past the outside edge for a dot ball. 2-4-1 for 8 Essex. $19 to win. You'd assume Courtine Coleman's going to bowl this over here now. That'll be her last. Stonehouse has one more as well. And it's then the question of where do you turn? McDonald Gay has been pretty expensive, but has 3 to go. Alice Davidson Richards still yet to bowl. I think unlikely they'll look for her now. Phoebe Franklin has bowled well, her 4 overs, just 16 from it. It is Courtine Coleman. So you assume you maybe go Coleman, Stonehouse, and then you look to Franklin, McDonald Gay, and even Kalia Moore perhaps, who's bowled pretty tidily. But it's all about wickets really, and the key wicket of Joe Gardner. She cuts that one away, but straight to Emma Jones. Dot ball. Into the offside there, scamper through, quick single, shy at the stumps. But they get Kopak back on strike. 18 to win now. Possible in just 3 blows if Joe Gardner gets it right. Driven down the ground, they're going to scamper through, quick single, could be run out. Oh, a direct hit would have been a certain wicket, you'd have think. Gardner facing up again. Defends. Rocks onto the front foot. Showing respect for a very good ball there from Courtine Coleman. Pushes out on his offside. Thoughts of a single, quick single. Shy at Gardner's end. They get through for one. 16 to win now. That was cut away again nicely by Kopak for another single. Batted really well, has Kate Kopak. Ends the over. 2-4-5 for 8. 15 to win. And that ends Tilly Courtine Coleman's spell with the ball. 10 overs, 1 for 43. Economically, she's been the pick of the bowlers alongside Alexa Stonehouse. Anna's got a big wicket as well. We will see Rihanna McDonald-Gay. Bowler 7 overs for 52 runs. Did dismiss Eva Gray though. So it's going to be the England international coming into bowl to Kate Kopak. Struck on the pad, gone, bowled. There's the wicket. That's huge for Surrey. That brings them right back into the game. Just one wicket they need now. Abtaha Maksud, the number 11, will be brought out. It's a very good display in the end from Kate Kopak. Goes for 16 from 22 deliveries. 1-4, but most importantly, batted for time with Jo Gardner. Gave Essex some hope. And now it's just down to Abtaha Maksud to try and survive. Get Gardner on strike where possible. And see if Gardner can get it done. But surely the farming of the strike is going to be as crucial as anything now. But McDonald-Gay does have 5 balls to bowl on Maksud, unless Maksud can get off strike. Which I'm sure that's what Gardner's talking about. If it's there, get off strike. But if not, just stay with me. $15 runs to win. 23 balls remaining. Just 1 wicket remaining as well, though. And there it is! Surrey have won! McDonald-Gay comes in with 2 and 2. Gets Kate Kopak and Abtaha Maksud in back-to-back balls. Jo Gardner, disappointed, you can see. I think she knew that if she had the opportunity, if she had the partners left, she could have got it done. And that's a challenging defeat there for Essex. They go in the end, 2-4-5, all out. Surrey win by 14 runs in the end. And it would have been a hat-trick ball for McDonald-Gay, but Essex are out of batters. And a phenomenal finish here. It looked like Surrey were going to run away with it at one stage, as Essex collapsed to 165 for 6, 188 for 7, 191 for 8, and then a big 50 partnership with Kopak and Gardner seemed to claw them back into it. But Rihanna McDonald-Gay showing why England fancy her with back-to-back wickets right at the death. And Surrey win by 14. In the end, though, it was Kalia Moore and Rihanna McDonald-Gay with the bats that gave Surrey any hope as they recovered from 117 for 6 to put on a really, really good total of 259 for 9. Eva Gray ended up with a fifer in Essex's bowling innings, her second of the season. And then Essex looked like they were possibly going to chase pretty comfortably with Ariana Dowes and Sophia Smale, put on 44 and 42 respectively, as they partnered for a partnership of 81. But then the collapse came. They fell in back-to-back overs. And then Gardner and Carr started to rebuild. Then Carr fell. Then Blinkhorn-Jones fell. Then Gray fell. Then McGregor fell. And in the end, it was all too much. And the wickets tumbled. And it left Joe Gardner without any partners left. 73 not out. But a fine 73 with some huge sixes in there as well. She's found form again. Back-to-back 50s for Essex. And that is the end of the 50 over format for a little bit of time now. Essex will remain at the bottom of the table, unfortunately. You have to wait until the 24th of July now for Essex to be back on track with the One Day Cup. We will see some T20s over the next few weeks though. So until then, we'll see you soon here at the Cruise Line, Ambassador Cruise Line grounds. See you then.